Hi, everyone. I'm Eric Hayden of Neostatic,
And I'm Safer.
and we're here to welcome you to the 2025 American Continentals here in Montreal. It is a beautiful place to have a very exciting event. We are about to start round one, and I guess whenever we're ready to cut to the table, we can talk about our players today. The first round that we have for you is the names are going to get updated in a second. We have Yasanger and SC or Jeff on the right, and Analyze Chris on the left. And we'll see what IDs they're playing in a moment.
I believe it is Sable versus LEO.
Sable
That's the
versus
matchup
right. That's right.
tonight.
Sable versus LEO. We just did a deck check, and I am all excited because we're about to start our first round.
So let me ask you this. Were you expecting any LEOs to show up today?
Yes,
Yes,
for
you
sure.
were.
I think you see right now on the corp side, you see a lot of Alco, and you see a lot of Nebula. Those are probably the two most popular corp decks, but I think LEO is like maybe the front runner for
For the
PD.
hidden tech.
For HB, right? If you're gonna play
Oh,
HB,
definitely,
some players are on PD, precision
Yep.
design, and some people are on Leo, but I don't really see much else besides that.
Well, we do have a hidden mirror morph somewhere today.
A hidden
as
mirror
well.
morph,
A
that's
mirror
right.
morph list.
That's right.
Yes. So we are just kind of getting ready and making sure that everyone's set up to play. It looks like the players are shuffling their decks, and these two players are very familiar with one another. They are teammates actually, and both of them and myself were the the team fight Tic Tacs yesterday for the Crown of Servers.
Team fight Tic Tacs. I
Yes.
heard that announced. Is there a story behind the stream name or the
So
team name?
I think both Jeff and Analyze Chris would have had a lot more practice coming into this weekend if we all weren't playing a lot of team fight tactics together.
Right. Team fight. Yeah, I heard someone mention this.
Yes, so I was teaching them both. So it looks like the players are getting ready here, and time is
Yeah,
time in the round is
our-
what it's called.
our tournament organizer, tournament organizer Andre of the Metro Grid, you might be familiar with, is making a quick announcement, and then it looks like we'll be ready to start playing the poker chips.
Looks like it's time. All right, it's a round start.
Yep.
LEO versus Sable. So it looks like it looks like a keep from both players.
Yeah, we'll be trying to peep opening hands. I see a sure gamble in hand. A no free lunch is good tech in general right now. Probably not the most useful in this matchup, but it is money in that
There's a
case.
click one petty cash install on HQ, install on R&D for the LEO.
Playing the pay cash out of hand is always a little painful, but hey, a little bit of extra money to res those.
So that to
Initial
me signals that, Analyze Chris wants to play this slow, is okay with the game going long, and doesn't need to maximize on clicks.
Did we see where Mark is? Archives, it looks like. Yeah, Mark
Yeah, I
on
think that's
Archives.
an archives mark.
We had a Carpe Diem get played there for some good value. Get the click back for free and a sure gamble. So off to a good money start on Jeff's side.
Start.
That's a really nice start. Now we just need to see some card draw ideally soon.
That's a wake game and the pop off reaction.
Awesome first turn play, and Jeff has carved his hand so that this initial trash doesn't matter so much. A boomerang, probably maybe not the hit that he was looking for, but really great to get that installed early, especially against a deck where you're not worried about dying on two cards.
Yeah, you got to imagine that Jeff was okay losing that boomerang.
Both players just setting up.
Yeah. I think both players know that this game is probably going to be a slow game, a little bit of a drawn out game.
Yep. Yeah, Leos are definitely, they take their time. They put several ice on the table. They get maybe a Mercia Ballard installed, and just being able to use the Leo ability to end runs really taxes the runner when it comes down to things like Managram Skunkworks and Animatic Void. Both are at least, I think, a one of in the list,
Yes.
if not more.
I would imagine Managram's either a one or a two of. Personally, I like one of.
Yeah.
So it looked like on the corpse turn, they went draw, install, and then Jeff is figuring out where to apply pressure here.
So we have a couple of reses here. We have a Tranquility Home Grid and a Drafter. Why do we see the Tranquility res?
That is a good question.
You know-
I'm not entirely sure. Oh, so it looks like it's back to the corpse turn.
That's
now.
right.
Yes.
Well, no. So the Drafter res.
Oh, the drafter res.
Let the install
Of course.
happen, and then Chris was able to get the credits off of the, I believe the credits off of the
Off of the install, off the
Tranquility off the install. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
The first time each turn you install a card.
Yeah.
Each turn includes the runner's turn.
Yeah, so we got the Wake implant charge going. So if Jeff can find a killer to get through that sentry,
looks like a run and R&D is next. So Jeff applying pressure on multiple servers this turn.
this is either click 2 or 3. An early drafter res is really not that big of a threat.
That is
2
another
drafters.
drafter.
A Tranquility in the bin, not going to be very useful to return to hand. So this is the optimal time to let this fire.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's really just trash insurance because you can only have 1 Tranquility out.
And you do still get an install. The drafter does allow you to install from HQ as well. So
Right, exactly, yeah. And the Tranquility already has been used this turn. It's the first install each turn. So that was some good res pressure there, I think.
I agree. And it looks like Jeff saw 2 off the top there, but no trashes, no steals.
And installing a no free lunch. It feels like Sable turns can just go on and on because they get so many clicks.
Well, it's
We still have one more.
5 quick turn.
Yeah, we still have
5
one
quick
more.
turns.
So it was install no free lunch, pop no free lunch for credits.
I
Going to trash the Tranquility.
believe it was run. I believe we're currently at run the remote.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
running the row. But on 2 credits here,
Yeah.
Jeff is basically saying, Chris, do you want to res if you put a Managarm here?
Are you
do you
going to
wanna go to
res it now?
0?
Do you want to go to 0? And I think
And then he pays for it.
Analyze Chris is doing the math. Do you have the credits to pay for the Managarm and trash the Tranquility and deal with whatever else is in the server?
This is turn 2.
This is turn 2. So, we said a slow game here. Yeah, there's already been plenty of action.
You see a Mercia. Definitely an
That's
instant
definitely
trash.
trash.
Yeah.
What's the next card?
Oh, a Regolith. Excellent trash right now. This is a really good position for Jeff to be in.
So now you know that there's a second Tranquility in hand. Do you trash the Tranquility on board?
I don't think so. Going to 1 credit. I've heard Jeff say when I've gotten a lot of advice from Jeff as a local player. He's in Boston and I'm in New Hampshire. He's told me if you go below 5 credits, really if you go to below 5, try not to do it. If you go down to 1 or 0, only do that if you're going to lose the game.
I agree.
Right? And I think that's a big thing that for new players to learn. Keeping a baseline economy is very important.
So install on the Tranquility. I believe that was gain credits off the Tranquility. And install an ice over the Tranquility.
Mark his archives again.
So what is Jeff going to do here? Is he going to apply pressure?
I think card draw is probably important. Jeff probably wants to look for a killer at some point. I imagine he's on 1 revolver as a common killer, maybe an echelon. I'm not sure what else we're seeing for killers these days. There's a lot of.
I think you have Carmen, Revolver, Echelon as all frequent options that you would see. I think the most common would be 1 Carmen, 1 Revolver.
Carmen's
and
hard
Sable.
here because it's
Yes.
5, 6, 7 to break the drafter.
Carmen is especially bad into drafter and other 3 strength.
Right. So you want to find a revolver if possible.
Yeah, usually these lists really like to play 1 of Leech as well.
There's a petty cache out of hand. So we saw Fencer Flamo install.
Yep. More ice on the remote as well. So building up the remote server defenses, and I think starting to look for opportunities to be able to stick either a money asset or potentially any agendas that are still in hand. Jeff, on the other hand, it looks like is kind of taking the turns, clicking, to starting to set up after that early game pressure.
And here's where that baseline economy comes in that we were talking about, not going to 1 credit, being able to play a sure gamble early, install a class act to get that card draw we're talking about. Now going to 0, but I assume that there's probably some bounce back economy in
There's 5. There's the 5. So there's the gamble and then...
Oh, it was a 5 on the table. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to 0. Yeah, I was sort of surprised about that because there's no more,
Yeah,
there's no more
0
creative
and
commissions or
drawing
anything.
4
Yeah.
cards is... you won't have the money to play the cards.
And this is just future gas, being able to maintain the pressure all the time and not present a window for the corp to score is important.
So the petty cache is now used from turn 1, and we have seamless. So this is looking like a score out here.
Yeah.
Is it gonna be an
Off-world?
off-world?
Off-world or
a
architect?
vulnerability audit? The vulnerability audit.
Vulnerability audit on 3 points. So
Yes.
blank, effectively, not quite blank, but blank if stolen, right?
Yes. So vulnerability audit is a really interesting include in LEO list these days. It's generally speaking pointing to a lower agenda density.
Right.
So it's one of the only 3-point agendas that HB has access to. They have access to send a message. They have access to salvo. They have access to vulnerability audit.
Right. It's the only 4/3 in the game. It does cost an influence. So a lot of
Yes.
people don't like that cost, but in Leo, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That's a rough score. So now Chris just needs to score two 2-pointers, which is a lot easier than scoring a 3-pointer.
Yes.
Anyway.
So I think one of the best reasons for scoring out this vulnerability audit this turn, even though it's not as much tempo as Off-World Office, is that it removes points from the game. Turns out that the runner can't steal points if they're in your score area.
We saw the revolver install on on Jeff's side, which does very well against those drafters. I'm not sure what other sentries we're worried about necessarily, but if Jeff wants to make use of his wake implant pressure, then he's going to need that revolver, which is very important.
Yes.
And being able to also utilize the mark from Sable.
Yeah, exactly. Both of these drafters are currently stopping Sable from really being a 5-click runner at the moment. And it looks like we have a run on R&D.
Which is the mark. So exactly.
Yes.
Using 2 power counters to break the 2 subroutines.
And that's an analytic void being seen. You definitely trash that.
Oh, yeah, trash.
That's a very good deal.
Instant trash.
Definitely don't want to allow that to go into the remote.
And another sure gamble. So that's second sure gamble. I think Jeff really would love to see HQ mark as often as possible here.
Yeah, with the wake implant installed, definitely would like it. But sitting at a nice 10 credits, that's a healthy credit total. And, you know, even discarding another class act, which to me says that Jeff is pretty happy with the cards in his hand right now.
Back to Chris. Mandatory draw.
Mandatory
Just clicking
draw.
for credits here?
I think that's install, tranquility.
Look like we
Either
passed turn.
credit, or
Yeah.
it looks like past turn. Okay.
So I wonder about Jeff's if he's running a second copy of Revolver, because the interesting thing about that breaker is that it's very strong, but it is of limited use, and you can throw the gun, right? So you can use. He has 2 more breaks, efficient breaks through those drafters.
Yes.
Then he has to throw the gun.
Oh, and this is a pinhole run
Yep.
on archives.
And hold for the tranquility. Probably.
Either that, or you're expecting that
Access
face down to be a regolith.
Oh,
yes,
regolith.
exactly.
Very good. 2 regoliths down.
So trashing that
That
with
may
the
be-
fencer bucks.
Yeah. Oh, excellent work. Yes.
Yes.
That may be the last of the regoliths. Potentially running 3 is
Just
not.
I think
always
the
super common.
vulnerability audit says you're probably on 3 regoliths here.
Okay.
But this is a really great play from Jeff just to slow down Analyze Chris' ability to kind of set up.
Yeah.
You know, sitting at 8 credits right now, can Analyze Chris res both of the ice that are on the remote and actually defend anything.
Right.
So that pinhole is just a very efficient way to make sure that Jeff can continue to set up, playing an open market now from hand and then passing the turn.
Excellent.
So we're back to Chris now, and Chris goes click 1, install ice on HQ. I think credit.
for 2 credits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Very
entrenching.
comfortable going slow.
Right. Has to be able to. So that's the thing about playing Corpse, right? You need to be able to res all your ice, and on 9, 10 credits right now, that could represent a Brawn and like 1 other ice, and then you're on 0 credits again. So it doesn't really help to have all this ice on the board if you can't afford to use any of it.
Yes. So click 1, you can install Kurapira. Representing more threat onto HQ, whatever that ice that just got installed was. It's not a code gate. You can definitely go through. Then running the remote.
We see an MIC. This is a tough face check.
That is a rough face check indeed. So that is the turn for Jeff, because the first 2 subs on MIC are the runner loses click if able, and Jeff had 2 clicks left.
Right. Great res. But again, here Chris is down to 4 credits again. So we need to see that 3rd regolith or a spin doctor to put 1 back.
Yep. Yes. So it looks like Analyze Chris is okay. Resing a spin doctor to draw cards.
This is. We'll see if this is at the end of Jeff's turn, because something that you can do with the spin doctor here, if you didn't see the regolith now, is to pop it to put 1 back in the deck and then draw it as part of your.
I think I saw a mandatory draw.
There's the mandatory right there.
No, I think that was click 1. So
Oh,
this
okay.
is click 2.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. 3rd click. So I think that Chris here might be looking for some sort of economy, another regolith. It looks like we see mostly ice in.
Or just an
his hand
installable
from
on
here?
the Tranquility.
Yeah, like any installable is $2, which is
Ooh.
great.
That was
So that's
quick.
an R&D. I don't actually think I saw very many agendas at all in Chris's hand. So I think that Chris is pretty okay with these discards, maybe an agenda back into R&D and just saying, yeah, this game is going to continue to go on. I'm okay with that.
Having the two things that need to be really protected behind an MIC with no decoder on the board I think allows that opportunity to just be like, I'm just going to look, we'll find the right piece. It's okay to be on 3 credits. I don't need to res ice this turn.
So click 1 Nuka, install Nuka, click 2, draw off a Nuka, 3 cards. Now it looks like Jeff is thinking about what to put back with the class act because it's the first time that Jeff is drawing, which means that he actually draws 4 cards and gets a bottom 1.
Yep. And Jeff following the fundamental principle that all good Netrunner players learn at some point is to draw early in your turn so that you can plan the rest of your clicks.
I thought it was that you were supposed to run with your eyes closed.
Run with your eyes closed, last click, yes.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So this is a bravado, not last click, 3rd click. Jeff's doing it. I think Jeff would be okay with me saying that. Jeff's doing it wrong because he's not running last click. At least not doing it the proper neon static way.
That's right. So we see 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it 8? 6, 7 credits? 8 credits if they get through.
Yes.
And it was through.
Yeah, so no res on the outermost piece of ice, break the drafter with the revolver.
What do we see?
Seeing 1 card and getting bravado bucks, so 2 additional bucks because you passed 2 pieces of ice, and also a counter on the wake.
I missed what the access was.
I believe it was a boomy.
That's right.
It was a boomy, and then installing a Carmen to represent that, hey, yeah, I don't need this revolver to actually make it through these drafters consistently.
But you hate to break it for that much money.
And an overinstall from Analyze Chris.
For 2.
From the Spin Doctor, not popping the Spin Doctor, just an overinstall.
Yep. It's like kind of nice if you have to to leave a Spin Doctor in archives for the drafters to install is really nice. It can save your tokens at some point.
It's great. And, we haven't seen the other spins yet, so you can spin back a spin later if you really need it.
Yep.
And I think without any real agendas in Chris's hand at the moment, I think he's perfectly happy to have that spin in the bin.
Jeff installing Chesva and playing a Transfer of Wealth here on pretty low credits. This is a lot of pressure. So either Chris gets to duck here. Oh, another MIC. Oh my. And ducking to 1. So even if you can't get through, you can't, right?
Yeah. So the transfer did do its job of applying pressure and making the corp poor. I'm sure that Jeff would have been much happier to see any other piece of ice. I think.
That was a tough,
rough
tough
check.
Ice to run
and that is in fact the second spin.
So overinstalling the Spin Doctor with the Spin Doctor is great.
Yes.
While making money, putting that threat for the drafter in there. This is going to be a tough war of attrition on economy for Jeff, I think.
Yeah, so we have the corp on Leo up 3-0 from the runner, but I think that both players are going to be content and happy with their positions currently.
We're spinning back another Spin Doctor and the Anoetic Void. Definitely want to see that Anoetic at some point for that late game lockout remote server with the Managarm, the Anoetic, and the Leo ability. All stacking can be just
And with the vulnerability audit influence spends, you might be only on a single Anoetic.
Right.
That could be possible. So another $2 from the Tranquility off of a install.
Tranquility basically being the primary economy engine of Chris's deck right now, besides those load-bearing regoliths.
And then there's the load-bearing regolith coming into play.
Awesome.
Yeah, the last one was handled with a pinhole.
So that 3 spin down counter on the regolith represents 3 uses, which represents 9 extra credits. So it was res triple click.
Yes, it double click.
Double click.
So it is
right.
Install. It has 5 uses on
exactly.
it. So it's a net of, I believe it's
15 credits.
7 credits.
13. Yes.
Net of 7 credits when on the turn that you just go install it, pay 2 to res, and
Marcus R&D
hit it twice.
Again, really wishing that you get that. Well, actually, at this point, R&D mark is better just because the MIC is now an HQ.
Yes, the R&D mark is maybe the best place for it here.
Right. Unless we have clean getaways on archives and Carpe Diems just to get the value off of the free click.
Yeah, you wouldn't hate an archives mark here, if nothing more than just to flip the cards and see what Chris ended up discarding and what options he has available to him. That's a click to draw from Jeff. I think he has 2 clicks left now. That's a bravado 3rd click, probably on the mark R&D.
Yep.
Are we going to see?
Continuing to pressure.
Are we going to see the third MIC rest to lose 2 clicks again? It's a Hagen.
It's a Hagen.
That is a 3 strength Hagen at this point because Jeff has 3 breakers installed, which is actually pretty reasonable for the Kurapira to deal with at this point.
Yeah, that's kind of a like, this is going to be not the strongest res in the world, but the extra tax against the Sable, you have to play that war of attrition on the economy.
And, you have to make Jeff use the Shezva credits at some point. So why not now?
Right.
So uses the Shezva credits to boost, then breaks.
So looks like Jeff is on 0 credits here. 0 for the access for trashing purposes. Accessing 2 cards. We see a steal. It's a vulnerability audit.
Vulnerability audit off of the
Excellent.
top. That's great for Jeff.
But there we see not actually on 0 credits, actually on 8 because of the bravado. I really like the method of tracking strength of a piece of ice by using a spin down counter for things like the Hagen. That's what that 3 represents there. It's really nice for those variable like rising tides and things like that.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Jeff is very happy to kind of steal 3 points and
open market off the
open market. Then open market off the open market always feels so good.
Yeah, and if Jeff is on the twinning eventually, that interaction right there would have also charged the twinning. Chesva's I would expect to see a twinning at this point. It's sort of a standard include in a Sable list, especially with all these built-in.
Oh, I fully expect there to be a twinning in here. Fully expect there to be probably 1 copy of twinning.
It's how I would expect for him to cross the finish line.
So we have a sprint coming out from Analyze Chris here.
Looking for the next agenda to jam potentially.
Potentially, yeah. I think that if I was in Analyzes Chris's seat right now, what I would be doing is definitely looking for an agenda to try to push while the Sable doesn't have their decoder online.
Right. We're both using like in the no terms like jamming or pushing agendas. It just basically just means to install at this point, kind of maybe connotating a rush. Like there is a time limit. Generally speaking, in an infinite game, runner will win.
Yes.
Because of the fact that the corp is drawing their agendas and flooding up, right?
Yeah,
so
remind me at some point to talk about flat game state.
Okay. I don't think I know that term. All right, installing another upgrade.
Another upgrade for $2 off the Tranquility.
This is a very likely could be a number of things, right? This could be a Mana Garden. This could be an Animatic Void. This could be a Mercia Ballard. Yeah.
And click for credits off of the Regolith.
I really enjoy watching Chris play. I've seen him play on stream a number of times. He's very patient, methodical. Both these players.
Chris is a great player.
Really like, ooh, good catch on the mark. And it's archives.
Jeff is also a great player, although he explicitly said that we were supposed to say that he hasn't fully practiced up.
Yeah.
But I think he's still playing phenomenal here.
Jeff recently had a family, like a member be introduced, right? So, yeah.
Got into teamfight tactics.
Yeah. This is Archives Mark, right? That's the A.
That is an Archives Mark. Okay. That is correct. So the shape of it matches.
Right. I see the R&D in the face that's to the side here. And the leech is how we get the Carmen to be better. I was hoping for a leech.
There's the leech.
Yeah.
And then clean getaway. This is a perfect timing to install the leech. So install leech, clean getaway archives, which is the mark. Getting that information, getting your clean getaway, getting a click back, getting a leech counter, which now means that when you run the Carmen, when you run either central server, you can use the leech to bring drafter strength down to 2. That is Carmen's natural strength and just break very efficiently.
It is 2 to break then, right?
It is 2 to break. Yeah. Exactly.
1 for 1. One credit for 1 sub.
Instead of the 4 to break.
Yeah.
It's 4 to break naturally.
Isn't it pumped for 2 to get to? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Pumped for 2 to get to +3.
Yeah. And then last click, it looks like Jeff's thinking about his last click here, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm going to be leaning on you for breaker math. It is my weakest point in this game. I always have to say, slow down and go, can I see the cards and do the math? I want a little calculator button.
Yeah, breaker math is probably the least fun part of Netrunner.
You can shortcut it though, especially if you play a specific breaker a lot.
I tend to just remember credit totals. Like it's 4 to break drafter with Carmen. I think then it's like if I have to decide how many subs I'm breaking, then I'm like, oh, now I actually have to do the math.
Archive Mark is so good now because of the leech.
Yes, it is.
especially if you can get one of those Carpe Diems off or a clean getaway.
Yes.
You get the money clicklessly and the leech counter, which is even more money saved on those drafters.
So I'm missing what Jeff did
Hermes.
for their last click here. Okay.
Hermes will have some utility. An early Hermes would have been a little scarier, I think, for Chris.
Yes, I mean, if the Hermes was installed with when he stole the vulnerability audit,
Yes.
could have bounced something in the row, could have bounced the ice, made analyzed Chris pay for the install cost again.
Right. This might, especially if we get like a central run, there is the decoder. That's a shibboleth. If we maybe access and steal something off of a central server, being able to bounce one of the defensive upgrades on the server might be very nice, or just a piece of ice in front of it if the MIC gets the MIC gets reasonable to break. It will actually be pretty rough with the shibboleth.
So this is a run on R&D, I believe.
Because we're already at threat 3.
Yeah.
What is shibboleth's threat?
So shibboleth's is 3.
4.
Is it 4?
4 or more genets. Yes, threat 4.
It's 4. That's
Yeah.
And that's a spin off the top that will get trashed. So Jeff is now, has kind of become set up, has Shezba to make runs particularly efficient, has Always Breaker, has the leech down, and is now able to kind of check centrals fairly regularly.
Nice. There's a seamless, so we're seeing a score here. We expect an off-world or a architect deployment test would be really great.
So
Another vulnerability.
audit.
Yeah, I guess you jam what you got, right?
You jam what you got.
This is not like necessarily ideal, but it is fine. And I don't expect there to be any 1-pointers in Chris's list.
Yeah, so
So-
this is a full 3 vulnerability audit, very likely. 3 send a message, and then
all 3-pointer lists basically.
all 3 pointers, and then you do probably need an additional 2 points.
2-pointer, yeah, to round it
So
out.
it's almost assuredly luminal. So this is a 7-point
Yeah.
LEO list. So at this point,
Any card that goes into that server needs to be checked.
yes, but I believe 2 seamlesses are in the bin at the moment. So you can't actually you can't score the send a message no advance
Sure.
with the 1.
But the luminal can be scored,
The luminal would represent game here.
and all vulnerabilities are gone. So it is either to have a turn or it's the luminal. And again, you can play the odds, but if the luminal goes in that server and you don't touch it, that's the game. So Jeff and Jeff is a good enough player that he knows right how to do that agenda math in your head. Right, in the 49 card deck, it's 20 agenda points. You just count. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that we're seeing. So there's 11 more points in the deck, and you can analyze that. Also, I wanted to mention for new players, we talked about threat on the shibboleth. Threat is just a new NSG mechanic if you're just an FFG player and coming back into the game. It just represents if any player has that many agenda points, then that text is active.
Yep. So we have a transfer of wealth on HQ. Oh. Maybe we don't. Do we?
Taking the
Maybe not.
transfer back.
I think Jeff is thinking here exactly what he wants to do and how many clicks.
Transfer of wealth is the modern day, recently introduced equivalent of account siphon or diversion of funds. If you're familiar with those cards previously, this is kind of the new imagining of that card.
Yeah,
And
so
a lot of fun.
these two are teammates, actually. So Jeff is almost assuredly familiar with the list.
Yeah.
That Analyze Chris is playing here. And we do have that transfer coming through on HQ.
So it was a install or just a pop of a no free lunch first for extra econ? I'm not sure.
I think that this is the same number of clicks, but popping the no free lunch.
Right. Okay, so here we are seeing 1 leech counter and now a second leech counter for the breaks, 2 for the Carmen.
Yeah. And so Jeff has 1 click left. I think Jeff really wanted to make this stick, so probably playing around the MIC's ability to trash itself and end the run if
And
Jeff had no clicks left.
okay. I thought maybe we were going to see a Leo trash on the MIC, but that might be a little.
You can't
rough.
trash the MIC with Leo. You need a Biodroid. So
Oh, it's not a Bidroid. Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. It has its own inherent built-in thing, but only if it can make them lose the clicks.
yeah,
Exactly.
so
That's
Jeff
what you're saying.
did do this with 1 click remaining, which is part of the reason why this sticks. And that is the spin. That is the last spin doctor. You can see the
Ooh.
pop off from Jeff. Oh no, that is.
Right.
Oh, I thought that he was trashing it.
Was it a spin doctor?
Yeah, so it was a spin doctor, and either he didn't have the credits to trash it.
He had
But
8.
he had the credits, yeah.
Yep.
I don't know.
9 credits, it looks like there. So now we see an archives ice, just to avoid maybe the leech, prevent some of the leech counter building.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I think it's always good if you're able to put a piece of ice on archives to against able to prevent them from getting like a clickless clean getaway.
Right. So Chris is going to have to build this remote up a little bit to be able to cross the finish line to the 7th point, 8th, 9th point, either 8 or 9.
Yeah. So from here, I think Jeff is kind of feeling the need to touch agendas, especially ones that are in HQ. A run on the remote, you can't use Shezva for that, so you're using very real credits, especially now that we're beyond threat 4. So Shibboleth's base strength is at 1 now instead of 3. So breaking an MIC is very expensive, prohibitively expensive. I believe it is 7 credits.
And there is a third ice on R&D, which is the mark. So that's, Chris has 13 credits, which would be probably a comfortable place to res and start taxing that out. Now there is, Jeff did float the tag on the transfer of wealth, and I'm assuming that there's probably no greasing the palms in the list for punishment, but a greasing the palm would be a card that could, if you were playing and you weren't familiar with the deck list, you might be worried about that as crossing the finish line.
Yeah.
That's another transfer.
There's another transfer that we saw here.
We got the break mats. One for the leech here for the MIC.
Yeah.
Because I guess this is Chezva credits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the leech on the MIC.
Yep.
And now this is going to be another
now
4.
Encountering the drafter.
5 for 1 here.
4 total. Yep. So 3 credits left.
Get the leech counter back. Charge the wake.
The wake. And Jeff is trying to basically just touch cards, try to find the agendas, continue to apply pressure, all while kind of setting up for a bigger dig on R&D to try to find the last set of points.
There's
as
the
an
analytic.
No, sorry, the analytic.
Yes. Really good to get that out of hand now before it can. It's an easy install on the Tranquility for money, and then that remote gets so much harder. I really like first of all, you're taking money. I think that was net -1 credit in the end. Went from like 9 to 8 credits, all while getting rid of a piece. The remote is not secure, so agendas might be building up in hand.
Yeah.
So I like that. And charging your wake. If Jeff manages to charge the wake, I think one more time, then the access is 4 on R&D.
Yeah.
Which is a great way to do a bounce on Hermes.
Yeah, I think
maybe win the game.
I think that we see some people in the chat calling out that there's potentially 1 greasing, I think, that we might have seen in hand.
Ooh.
Which means that you could, in fact,
score the luminal.
You could score the luminal potentially from hand if Jeff floats the tags here. So that's one avenue. If you don't have the luminal and or greasing in hand, then yeah, I think that Jeff is looking at this board state and thinking, I want to do a big dig on R&D at some point to bounce. But
running the remote.
Running the remote now.
Trying to dismantle this remote, saying you can't score. Hopefully 1 click left, so maybe we'll see if Jeff clears the tag. It is the spin.
There's the spin and the second void. So this is a great challenge.
The spin and the void together is great because the spin refills the hand, and then you can discard those cards and pay 2 credits with the void to end the run. And we're seeing that. 2 credits, 2 cards. Anoetic is doing its job.
So Anoetic protects the remote, keeps things nice and safe, protects the Tranquility, protects itself.
We did not clear the tag.
We did not clear the tags, which I think in Jeff's position, I'm pretty happy to not clear the tags here.
We see it in hand.
We see a seamless in hand.
Yeah.
And
it's funny how you do this on stream where we're trying to see the cards and we actually physically rotate our bodies to see if we can get a better peek at Chris's hand. I've done that a number of times.
I think that we do see 1 agenda in Chris's hand, if I'm not mistaken, but I can't see what it is. So here, I think that's also Escape Net, if I'm not mistaken.
Escape Net would hit virtual or
but also Jeff is tagged. So it hits I think a chip. Oh wait, does it hit the wake?
I don't know if wake is a chip or not.
I think that it does. Off the top of my head, but
I don't have my subtypes down quite that well.
So we see kind of Chris taking a slower turn here. We're installing a second piece of ice on the remote to reinforce it, and I think maybe even click for credit there. Jeff is drawing up.
I don't expect Chris to push next turn.
I don't expect him to push next turn either with his credit total, but I think he's setting up for maybe a push in 2 turns from now.
We have 8 minutes left in the round. It seems like a pretty comfortable time for this game to reach its natural conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Marco's Archives.
Marco's Archives, and I think that wasn't a clean getaway run, was it?
I
think it might have been.
I missed some of the sequencing.
So I think that was a clean getaway run on Archives, no res on the Archives eyes.
Yeah, because this is click 3.
Yeah.
And that's, yeah, right. Jeff's credit totals are up to 10 here.
And it looks like Jeff is going potentially back for either making a Debbie run on Archives or...
Yes.
Okay. Ah, I see. So Jeff was making another run on Archives
Purging
there.
fly swatter, purging
Get a leash counter.
the leech. But that's okay. It's going to come back, right?
Yes. So I think that what Jeff was wanting to accomplish there was getting 2 counters on the leech.
Yes.
To be able to break an MIC and a drafter.
I think we ran back twice.
Yes, I think he ran back twice. So now I think we're passing to Chris. Chris is popping the spin, putting back. Yep.
Spin into seamless.
And a spin.
Yep. Now I wonder, like, sometimes you won't put 2 cards back. Sometimes if you really just want to see 1 card, you'll just put the seamless back.
Sure. I think the spin, because it draws here, is effectively
it's neutral, not neutral.
seeing. Yeah.
But you have to install it, which is the thing. So
That
drawing
is true.
it, if you're really just hunting for the 1 card, now with seamless, you're not. Right? You'll
There's
always
no
have the
agenda
turn.
installed on this turn, right? So if you draw
Yeah.
it this turn, you can spin,
Yep.
draw even more cards, get more fodder for Anoetic. So that's an install. So I think that Chris is looking to kind of try to push out here. I think that that's what Chris is looking to do. So I think that this might be an install in the remote, an agenda, and then because I do think that we saw another seamless in hand. So he now has 2 seamless and can square out and send a message, square out that last agenda.
This is spicy.
Yeah. So
Because if Jeff can burst some credits, I mean, what are we looking at? So the Anoac will stop once. If we see a pinhole, there's the pinhole. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Void. What a well-timed pinhole. The Archives mark is the perfect place for it.
Yeah, pinhole threading is really, really crucial in this current meta.
Another
spending
leech buff.
This is another fun interaction because your run is on a central with pinhole and you're still there. You access a different card. It doesn't move the run. You can use Chesva credits to do the trash.
You can use the Chesva credits to do the trash. You your mark was archived, so you get another click back.
Running
and now
HQ.
running HQ. I think that this is looking for a
Trying to bounce something with Hermes, maybe?
potentially bounce something here,
Or just getting the last.
or maybe even get another wake counter.
It might be get wake, run R&D,
I think
then
that
bounce.
I think that Jeff is saying I can run every single server this turn,
Got it.
no problem. I'm gonna get awake. I think
Where's the
Jeff may
mic and-
even run R&D here. So we're getting the accesses on HQ.
5 credits left.
5 credits left. We're
Access.
seeing a card,
It's
and that's a brand.
Braun. Yeah.
Brand from hand.
Charging. Yeah. We're
Charging
charging
that. Already got the wake and then running R&D.
Okay.
Yep.
5 credits. Not a Debbie run.
Okay, that is an Ansel. There's an Ansel 1.0, excuse me. So
This is like, we'll
Jeff
see this
is-
is a one-off in a lot of lists.
yes,
It's
it
a
makes
tough
sense.
entry.
It makes sense in this like kind of slower paced kind of LEO list where you're really looking to res a bunch of big beefy ice. Now Jeff has a hard decision here because if he pays for this and tries to continue the run, Antel is a biodroid, so Analyze Chris can shut down this run with the LEO ability. But there's also potential that Jeff wants that to happen so that there's no LEO on the remote.
Right. So you what is the break? 4 strength, 3 subs. You don't need to break all the subs necessarily. Well, you do need to break 2 at least.
You
Or click through 1.
You
Crash installed program would be horrendous because of the wave.
yes, presumably you do need to see the cards on this access.
So the last one.
Yes.
The install doesn't matter so much.
Install it from HQ or Archives could actually give Analyze Chris an install, like if there's a upgrade, could install to get $2 off the Tranquility, which could be impactful.
Yep.
Jeff doesn't know that he's on double seamless, but if Analyze Chris was looking for the next seamless, you could even do draw off
Sure.
of that.
Or if that
The
wasn't the
Tranquility.
agenda in the Tranquility, then it could just be you have no clicks left after this, depending on how it gets broken.
Yeah. So Jeff has some very hard decisions to make here because he's on 1 click left now.
That's a great res.
Yeah,
Great
it's a
res, Chris.
great res. Now that being said, I don't know if Analyze Chris can afford to res the remote ice now and score out, but can always use MIC to break that run. So
we're past, and I think Jeff needs to decide if he wants to jack out here against the Hagen. He has 2 credits left.
yeah.
It is the Hagen we're hitting, right?
Yeah, so I think that's a jack out, and then last click is a credit.
Oh, no.
And did Analyze Chris push the agenda? That is seamless, and that is
yeah.
going to be
yeah.
game.
Yeah. Oh, Jeff kicking himself for not checking that out, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Well
That was
played.
a great game.
That was a great game.
It was the send message.
You know,
Seamless.
we're expecting to see a lot of kill this weekend, and we get to start off with a
Good, honest Netrunner.
Good, honest Netrunner scoring corp. I think really well played by both
These are
players.
the 4 cards that would have been accessed. So
Yes.
send a message would not have done it.
Actually, send a message would have done.
Oh,
it because
bounce
of the
the
Hermes
agenda.
bounce. It would have been.
Yeah.
It would have.
It would have
fought
put off the
another
win.
turn.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
But I mean, it wouldn't cross the finish line to 7.
Wouldn't cross the finish line, but I think they're, these two, because their teammates are probably just talking now about exactly what happened and what the final turns looked like.
This is my favorite part about competitive players in Netrunner in the space.
Yes.
Nobody's closed book going like, well, maybe some people are, but the vast majority of players that I've played against after the game is done, you just want to talk about what you couldn't talk about. And these two are probably working out what could I have done better. And we saw, right, Chris is like, let me offer up. Here's the 4 cards.
Yes.
Here's what you would have done. Here's how it would have gone.
I love the shut up, sit down adage of the best thing about Netrunner is not playing Netrunner, it's talking about Netrunner.
I like playing Netrunner too an awful lot.
I love playing Netrunner. I absolutely love it.
The really
You know what?
attractive part of the game.
We're not playing Netrunner today.
No.
We get to talk about Netrunner. Aren't we the lucky ones?
It's the best part. Really good game.
Really great games. This was some, I think, very strong play from both players today, and so I expect them both to do very well.
Yep.
Analyze Chris now going in with the first win is going to feel great, and I think that Jeff can shrug off this loss.
Sure.
Take some lessons here, and probably not expect to play too much other LEO today.
I don't think so. Well, I'm curious to see. We'll have to take a peek at some point what the spread is for what corps are getting played.
Yeah,
and things like that.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what the breakdown of the factions are for today. Did you have predictions for?
I think we're, like I said,
we're gonna
Alco and Epiphany, I expect to make up maybe a good 30 to 40% of the meta in total between the two. I don't know what the split will be.
Sure.
I think some of the, I'm curious what are the lesser played sneaky things that you'll think you'll be seeing, because I played against an ESA deck yesterday that was kind of based on Pylu's version with Dig and Cacophony. Still had all those cards, and it was just now missing Bonhar, and it was still it was a lot of pressure. It was one of the games that I lost yesterday against that deck. It was just very good against Alco. And it's a good threat. It actually deals with combo decks like Epiphany pretty well too. So I think that's a good pick.
I think Anarch has actually weirdly seen a nice resurgence.
ESA specifically, I think, for me. But the host decks, like the Ice Destruction decks.
I've seen Hosh. I've seen
Pile.
Exactly. I mean, I think of it as don't die Hosh.
Yes.
We still kind of expect to see some amount of Seb today. We expect to see, I know that there's a couple of Blues in the field as well. So
a good variety.
I think, we saw Sable here. I expect to see plenty of Sable, but I'm also kind of expecting some amount of Anarch and maybe even a little bit of Shaper representation as well. Yeah.
Looks like we'll be able to look at a list of that pretty quickly. I think pretty soon we're going to be pairing the next rounds.
Yeah.
And we'll be doing our deck checks and talking to I like the part of we're getting to select the players. Like, who do we want to? Our menu of game options.
Yes. Where's the menu up? We get to cook a little bit as well.
Yep.
Yeah. So it sounds like we're going to go to a quick break.
Yep. And we'll be back soon.
For round 2. Don't go anywhere.
We're back with the Netrunner Americas Continental Championships here in Montreal. I'm John Verrill. I'm here with Eric from Neon Static.
Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm back, and we are really excited about round two. Scoot over. You're a little out of frame.
I'm off.
We have Sam Keelback on the left, they them, and Knack on the right. Sam also goes as White Blade, and we see Sam's drawing from
Leo.
On the playmat from Mutually Assured Destruction, which is the custom card art that they got designed for them for winning another large event. I'm not sure which one it was.
Look, if there's nothing else, you've got to be able to flex.
It's a pretty good flex. Having your face on your playmat. I know Andre has his face and will face it, the opponent to intimidate them.
Rotates the playmat, and that's the way to go.
So we have Leo and Lou. This is a very interesting matchup. Turn one, Petty Cash, click 1, and 2 installs. It was just, I think, the same opening that we saw last game with Leo, with the Petty Cash, click 1, and 2 ice.
It's interesting, the Petty Cash getting thrown away early on. Sometimes I see a lot of players not actually, they'll take the draws just so that they can ditch the Petty Cash early on. But
yeah, playing it feels bad.
Yeah.
But in this case, it's better than a click for credit.
Credits is credits.
Yeah. Because a lot of times it's just ice credit. In this case, it's ice 2 credits.
All right. After Knack mulligans, we'll see whether or not we've got a better hand going on here.
Oh, what do we have here?
That's
cool.
a click.
Yeah. Click tracker. Oh, I like that little guy. How cute. I love this is part of the fun of Netrunner is, everybody uses all sorts of different things to track. We're asking the players on the table to use the poker chips for credit visibility, because that can be very hard to discern sometimes.
Yeah, but here we've got some creative expression. Paladin Poemu dropping onto the field.
There we go. So we're seeing click 3. Thinking about a run? Oh, running.
We're running HQ.
HQ and no res. Okay. See drafter. That's a full art drafter alt art.
All right. Looks like we're seeing another one. And that's that drafter again.
Did we see the drafter multiple times? I guess or did we see 2 drafters?
I think it's the same drafter twice. He ran on HQ twice, I believe.
But did we know for sure?
Could be 2 drafters in there. Yeah. We've got a remote now with ice. And that Petty Cash got used up. So sitting on 9 credits over for Sam.
So Sam is a very fast player, and it is sometimes used as somewhat of an intimidation tactic.
Absolutely.
Right? If you can play quickly and confidently,
that drafter gets rezzed.
It also pressures your opponent to kind of match pace with you, and if they're not used to it, it can be cause some misplays. Not like nothing malicious, but it's like, look, I'm just going fast.
Yep.
And it works wonders. I've played against Sam, and it is intimidating.
So that was a run. The drafter fires, and it looks like that's a Marsha Ballard.
Mm-hmm.
Getting rid of that, the Tranquility Home Grid will survive. So got some extra value off that drafter because of that Tranquility Home Grid.
So was the option there to res the Mercia and then trash it with Leo, but Sam decided to stay on 7 credits instead of 5, I suppose?
I believe the Mercia was trashed.
Right, it was trashed, but not. Oh yeah, I guess we don't really entirely know. Did we see a Leo draw? I'm not sure.
No.
Leo is a credit for a trash and a draw.
It's sorry, which one?
Sorry, I'm saying Leo, and I mean Lou.
Oh, Lou. Yeah.
Is Lou's a draw?
It's a credit and
draw. Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Credit and a draw.
I haven't played Lou in a little bit.
Both players playing lightning fast here.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up. I'm not sure where like what meta Knack is from, if these players know each other or not.
No. We've got a gourmand on the table now. So we are looking to eat some things up. That Tranquility Home Grid may not be long for this world, if we can get in.
Also really nice to trash things like the pieces of ice, like trashing a brawn or something like that.
There's a Raindrops Cut Stone going into R&D and hitting another drafter.
So maybe there were 2. No, that got put down turn 1.
Yeah. So maybe there's 3 drafters.
Yeah. I'd play 3. Drafter's a good ice.
Excellent. And since we're not seeing as much HB recently, then that's a definite plus that we're getting here. So the Marcia goes back up into HQ. Sam's shuffling their cards, and we're going to install something, I imagine.
You see,
There's a send a message in there. That's the Marcia.
Marcia, yeah. Marcia.
Marcia.
Marcia. Okay. We are accessing
I think
off
that's
the top
nice.
of R&D.
The Gourmand's going to chomp it down. That's an MIC.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the Raindrops Cut Stone will pay off. That's 2 extra cards.
Really don't want to face check into the MICs here.
No.
That's a really strong piece of ice. We saw a couple of face checks last round with MICs, and it was a bit painful.
2 HBs at once.
So we see Devil Charm in hand. I know there's some ice destruction in this deck. I had a chance to flip through next deck. Some Aquaceros Cruise, Devil Charms, Chisel.
Simul chip dropping onto the table.
Yep. Just make out the cards there. All right, so the Devil Charm is getting played.
Yep. Now, destroying a drafter would not be remiss at this stage. So there's the crew.
Nice, yep. Are we going to last click run here?
We're going to bust open this remote because that remote now can be protected.
No, it's the threat. I'm not sure if it was Raindrops and then Simulchip, Devil Charm crew, but we'll see. Back to click 1. Did Sam draw off the Tranquility, or was that a manual draw?
I think that was the opening draw. Hedge Fund comes down for 4 extra credits.
Resin the Mercia.
Yeah.
And doing the install off the Mercia for no extra credits. Really good value piece in Leo, where you want to set up extra ice and you want the Bioroids to...
I mean, that's a border control right there. Sitting there as an upgrade.
Now, it's an interesting thing. The first time I played it, I hadn't considered the idea of, well, what if I want to shift it over to Essential to do some installs? Well, now I lose the defensive ability. And then eventually, sometimes, unless you have the ice in hand, you can't move it back over to the surface.
No, you can't move it unless you have something to install.
So it's a fun little chess game of how do I do this. All right, installing a Botulus.
Botulus on the face down ice. So are we just face planting into this drafter? Or do we have something else up our sleeve? I mean, we can crew it away. But of course, we can't just end the run.
Yeah, I mean, crewing it would be fine. Taking this remote down would be
sure, but
early dismantling.
That first run, waste the Botulus virus token.
Boomy.
Oof, and the Botulus goes. All right,
so,
well that's it. Yeah. That's a rough hit.
That was a great Boomy res. Trashing the installed Trojan. Now you're gonna have to click through this. I don't know how many clicks we have left. It looks like maybe 1 click left, if the click tracker on 3 is correct.
Some players put it on how many clicks they have left. Some of them put it on what their current click is.
Right. We're doing the core damage. It is a steel skin. Good hit.
Good hit. I mean, core sucks, but we'll take it.
Right. And continuing.
Tuning on in. That's going to be crewing away the drafter.
Boomy's other is trash and install program, and we just had none out. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't need programs.
Yeah. That's right. Our programs are our crew of hooligans. So we've removed the Devil Charm and used the crew to trash the drafter.
Yep. Now, is Ballard going to take the hit? It's almost not worth it at this point, right? Then you're just running through the Boomy again. There's no program on the table.
A second core damage might be
second
nice.
core damage might be nice, but we don't know whether Sam's on Ontos or not.
How did we get the Gourmand on the table?
That's the Ballard taking the hit. Leo ends the run.
And then last click was the Gourmand.
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't sure if we were still mid-run. Oh, the Simul chip. Did we trash the Simul chip to get the Gourmand? That's probably what it was.
That's I imagine, because we already know that we've lost the Botulus.
Yep.
So
right. Oh yeah. The cost of the Simul chip had already been paid.
Yeah. Yes, Sam is Whiteblade, formerly Whiteblade.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Sam is still going as Whiteblade. or not.
I mean, just
Two gourmands. What do we see in the corp turn? Was it? Is this okay? Here we are.
Yeah, so we have an install into the Tranquility server, and we've got ice getting slapped out there as well. So we're trying to keep that server protected. We don't know what that second card is inside.
It's funny. Safer and I were saying last game that we weren't. This would probably be a little bit, a rare sighting of Leo this tournament, and here we are, game 2 against Leo again. And I think Sam and Chris are on the same team, the testing team, the Snare Bears.
Yep.
So that could be just maybe the deck that the team is on in general.
I mean, this would be an interesting thing. A lot of people are going to be teching against the Oko, Nebula, and Op trio of Doom.
So go another direction.
Yeah, exactly.
Fermenter. He's on 2.
2 gourmands and a fermenter. Stacking those programs up on the side there,
Is there
for Mac.
a cookbook on the table that I missed? How did the fermenter get to 2? Or maybe it just got installed and I wasn't paying attention to. Luminal score. That is a big one.
Luminal is a huge score there. So that's 2 points now for Sam.
And the extra clicks are getting to install on the Tranquility, maybe setting up for the next score.
Oh, the fermenter's gone back to 1. So
Good,
it's
good,
just
good.
a mistake.
Okay.
If correct.
Now it should be 2.
Yeah, at the start of their turn.
Right.
So that fermenter should tick up. All right. Nax slowing down. Taking a second here. You got lots of time. Pinhole thread.
Very good play right now to try and dismantle some of what we have going on the table in that server.
Let's see. Oh, it wants to see the the most recently installed. No, seeing the other card.
Analytic Void.
Good hit.
You don't. Yeah, the most recently installed on this push could have been an agenda very well.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas the defensive one, is something that
Something
is gonna
defensive, either a
protect it.
Managarm or an Anoetic.
Right.
Almost certainly playing Managarm Skunk works here for Sam.
Sure, gamble. Getting back to a healthy 9 credits.
Leo is a good choice into Crim. Things like, because they're relying a lot on run events and you can just stop them in their tracks. Transfer of wealth coming in doesn't matter. I'm saying no. So this may have been a meta call considering that Crim still is a dominant faction here.
You saw the Hermes install.
Hermes in lieu.
Yeah, that's fun. It's not something you see every day.
Yeah, that pinhole threading is choking up the playing field.
Yeah. All right. Sam has potentially an agenda on the board, or maybe a defensive upgrade. We see another install here for the Tranquility economy just trickling in.
Are we advancing? We are advancing.
On the card that was installed last turn, so it was an agenda. Maybe pausing here for checking credit totals. Okay, just to make a change for 5. Okay. So we saw
Keeping things
one
clear for the
advance,
casters.
and that's it, I suppose. No, okay, we did fix the fermenter, got to 3.
Yeah,
here.
so fermenter's up to 3. At this point, you almost want to push it one more turn because Sam might want to score out that agenda. So instead of a purge,
Another
just let
pinhole.
that fermenter coming up. Okay. Coming in through. Let's see. Is that a defensive agenda?
It's a Mercia.
It's a Mercia. Okay. Well, that Mercia keeps coming back. But
You got
gone.
Swat those flies.
yeah, sitting on 6 credits, 7 credits now, but the Boomy, not necessarily as much of an issue, although you'd want to crack the fermenter first.
Sure.
That other ice, though, Sam sitting on 12 credits. That could be a hard end the run.
Click 2, we're running it. It is another boom.
It's another Boomy. Okay,
Ooh.
so
we can click through the first one.
we can click through the first one. You're not getting in without
You're gonna have to
without
suffer.
having to run back because you can trash one of those Boomies.
True.
Really,
And if we go like, yeah, you could see Knack head in his hand there.
taking some more core damage, maybe.
If you take the core damage, you're Sam's gonna get the score next turn for sure, right? If you're clicking through those because we click and then we trash and the run. Otherwise, you're suffering 2 core damage and both your Gourmand and your Fermenter's gone, so your economy's in the pits. The pits.
You do not want to lose this fermenter at this point. The Gourmand's also really good for lube, but that's just not something you want to deal with. So might be clicking through the
program, I would think.
That trash the program and is taking another core.
This is
going
what
up
I
to
would do
2.
here. I would jack out after this. though.
There's the cookbook.
Yeah. We'll see if we jack out or if we continue. I would jack out.
I would
because-
jack out
yeah.
right here.
Yeah, we got the core damage trackers. Very nice.
Oh no, are we pushing it? We're pushing it, looking for a boomy trash.
Clicked for the other program,
3 core damage, and that's losing a fermenter from hand.
and I think we're gonna. Yeah, we're just
and
cracking
one
a
of those
Boomy.
boomies is going.
No, they have done their work.
Yeah.
Boomy's a great threat. I really like this card. Very well designed.
For 3 credits in Leo, it is a wonderful way. I mean, the thing is, it after a while it loses a little bit of its teeth, but
Vulnerability audit.
vulnerability audit,
Big
for
score.
3 points. Sam going up to 5.
That's a big score.
But Boomy and Leo just being able to say, I'm also a border control.
I think this is the exact same deck, very, very close.
Well, I
From
mean, it's pretty
last game.
effective at this point, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It was great against Sable. That was a more of a like back and forth economy swings.
Yeah.
This is I really like Neck's deck here. I like seeing the Hermes and Lou. Little Ice Destruction, little Gourmand, Fermenter. Anarch's got some fun tricks up its sleeve.
I'm going to wager that we're not on Onto at this point, and that we're just getting lucky that we've got the 3 core damage.
We see a Chisel install. Now you kind of want another Devil Charm in hand to make the Chisel worth it here.
Yeah, this may be too little, too late.
Because it's going to reduce strength every time that that Neck encounters that card.
Yeah.
So here, let me pull the Chisel up for us. There we go. It's a card that's seeing more play recently, but hasn't a lot. So it removes a strength for each virus counter, which you get every time you encounter it. And when you encounter it, if it's 0 at that point in time, then you can trash.
So we've trashed the Tranquility home grid, not using the Gourmand. We straight up paid for it.
What are we seeing here? What is this card? Is this this is
Escape Net.
Escape Net. Oh my god. Trashed the
Paladin.
Was there another card?
The Fermenter's ticked up again. So now that Fermenter is worth 10 credits. You got to imagine the next going to pop it here.
Escape Net. Tracing 7.
Now, if you'd popped that Fermenter, you might have been able to save that Paladin. Wouldn't be worth it, but
Right.
pay 7 to save a Paladin?
I don't think so.
Doesn't feel good.
That's fine.
All right, so that
We're getting
Chisel is getting to the point. Oh, another Tranquility.
Okay.
The Gourmand crack? No, we're paying for
Trashing
it
it?
straight up.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, a healthy amount of money and getting the draw off the Gourmand.
And what about the credit from Lou?
We saw one. We got one.
No,
Yeah,
that was
that
because
face-
he took off a 5 to pay for the
Okay,
Tranquility
maybe
home
we
grid.
might have missed the Lou.
Yeah.
I saw one credit.
There was a
put
draw
there.
from the Lou.
We got a judge call here real quick. It's Eddie the Eddie, one of our excellent judging staff, taking care of things. And we'll take this opportunity to remind players who maybe haven't utilized judges in the past that calling them for questions is always encouraged. They really help. They're there for, questions.
Absolutely.
And as Andre was saying earlier today in the opening statements, it's not on your opponent to make the call to say, do I allow the take back or not? You just call a judge and they'll make that determination in an unbiased way.
Also, a good thing, you can just ask to see what is the text of a card, what's the trash cost of something. You can ask a judge for any of that information and it'll help you out.
Even a card in your own deck, you're like, wait, is that a 2 or a 3 strength?
Remember that this is a competitive level event. So we are by nature needing to be a little more strict, but that doesn't mean that judges aren't your friends.
I'm not sure what the judge call was about here. I see something coming back into hand. There was that Tranquility that got access, right?
The Tranquility.
Oh, was it in the server? No.
The Tranquility was in the server.
Well, but like it wasn't in the server with another Tranquility, right? Which
No.
that would be a game loss.
Yeah, that would absolutely be a game loss.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We put it back to hand, and we have it install.
All right. That Chisel just needs to get hit one more time. And the Boomy's dead. There it is.
Yep.
It's gone.
So no remote. That's good.
So that counts as a. Does that count? Does Chisel count as the runner trashing?
Yes.
Then Lou should trigger.
card you're accessing, I think. I
Oh,
think
it's
Lou is a
cards
card that
you're
you're accessing.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. So also like Stargate doesn't work with Stargate and Aquasaurus Crew.
All right, so we spin. I think at least one of the Ballards goes back into the deck. But at this point now, Sam is sitting on no remote.
Yeah. Yeah. Knack has really like dismantled this Leo board state. We see an install for Fermenter. That's going to be nice, steady economy. Put the deck. Back to Sam.
Yeah,
Rebuild the remote.
I am also hoping to down a family-sized cheese pizza at some point.
All right, and triple install. Rebuild that remote. On 8 credits, you can res the ice. You can get stuff installed. So we're not seeing a Mersha install.
No.
Or res, I mean, rather.
But the resiliency that this deck is showing, I wouldn't show the Ballard at this point.
You wouldn't, yeah.
No.
Unless you had another ice that you could stack, but then you're looking at spending too many credits to res, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you just want to defend it. Defending the Mersha at itself might be worth it, or whatever you put in that remote. On 8 credits, I'm not sure.
There's
Back to 6.
another Devil Charm.
No chisel.
No, but we have a simul chip on the table, so we could try to get one. Although
Sure. You would have to do it before. Actually, on res you can do it. On res you can put down the chisel and then encounter after doing the chisel charm.
yeah, although that would cost a program because
Sure. Gourmand or Ferment would have to go.
Yep.
Reading the text on chisel again. Yeah. It's a bit of a reader. Again, it's kind of like only seeing play again in the past couple weeks. I think people have gone, ooh, this is actually like kind of a threat. I was surprised when I played a couple games with it the other night. Yep, we're seeing that. We've seen what got trashed. The
there's
Fermenter
chisel,
got
here's
trashed.
the Devil Charm. We just don't want to see that anymore. Get out of here.
Yep. And now the Gourmand's free to trash. That's a Mavirus.
Yeah.
I think we just trashed that, right?
Yeah, no, we
It's
just
3. No purge, doesn't matter. The Fermenter's gone.
There's the Lou.
Blue draw and
And a Regolith. Now, is that Gourmand going to
Mm,
eat up, or are we
For real
paying?
money.
We're paying for it.
Yeah. Going down to 4, 5. Still on 5.
Interesting to keep the Gourmand alive.
Yeah. I wonder if Nak is saving the Gourmand for an operation, some key thing, a seamless launch would be a great
Yeah.
trash, but you have to go after HQ.
And we haven't run HQ.
Right. I think just keeping
recently.
this remote, like,
Sprint.
yeah, keeping this remote in just torn down and then eventually tackling HQ when you know those agendas have been built up is a great strategy.
3 core damage from Boomy. Several Boomies on the table, all of which have been trashed.
Yeah. So we saw a sprint. We drew the 3. We're at another judge call here. I think that's Izzy.
Izzy from Null Signal Games.
Okay, just a quick check on something.
Sometimes when you play fast, it's just very tempting to kind of just and you can get confused.
Right.
In a competitive level event, if you're confused, just call a judge. Don't risk it. Don't risk seeing cards you shouldn't have seen. Isn't every deck playing measured response these days?
All right, turn 2. We're building a remote. I'm pretty impressed with how this Lou has just torn this down.
So Sam is actually on 5 points at this point.
Oh, because it's
the
the vulnerability
vulnerability
and an illuminal. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Always happy to be kept honest there. We might miss announcing an agenda score to our producer.
So Sam also at this point, as Chad is saying, right? Foil Flaw is saying, 1 nano management could potentially be it. Project
Right.
Inkatan, done.
Right. So I think maybe it's time to check HQ pretty soon here.
I mean, you got to at least force the res.
But how do you get in? How do you get in? What is this? Yeah, I guess see what the ice is. But at this point, Sam has seen enough ice that it's very likely an MIC or a Brawn on that server.
There's the Solidarity badge.
A little late for this, it feels like almost.
Yeah, it's almost not worth the click and the cred.
And Azimut. Interesting.
Okay.
I would be drawing pretty hard here for that solution to whatever's going to keep me out of HQ.
Yeah, I kind of I need
Not
to get
that it's,
in.
not that it's my job to criticize play, but
no. But
yeah.
at this point,
Yeah.
you hedge fund. So now there's also plenty of credits on Sam's side.
Yeah.
They could do this
Double install.
another. So now we're going to have to potentially get into that server twice.
Right. And unless we have, so what do we see in hand for Knack? It's, can't quite tell. Oh, they're flickers of cards. I think maybe another Devil Charm. That is a Hush. That's not going to do much, I don't think, necessarily. Hush might help with like an MIC so you can't trash it to end the run.
But still, that's a whole, that's a whole investment of
There's
cred,
a Simmel
click.
chip. We see a Simmel chip.
Okay, well, the Simmel chip.
Install for sure.
Dropping that down means that now we can bring back a chisel again.
And it's a Brawn. Yeah.
That's a bronze.
I think
Okay.
that this could be the game-winning agenda in the server right now. With no way to get in on the board, I think the push made sense, especially since Knack. If Knack gets in, fine, you have 3 points or 2 points.
Yeah.
I guess it would be 3. It sounds like this deck is 3 Send Messages, 3 vulnerabilities, and a Luminal.
Yeah.
So it would have to be double seamless or just advance, and ice maybe.
But that Brawn is going to be a serious challenge right now for Knack.
That is a big ice.
Clicking through, but at the same time, that's potentially another. The Brawn itself could throw itself in front of a bus. Probably there's a defensive upgrade in there. So doubt that that's another Tranquility Home Grid.
So if it's an Anoetic, that does put Sam down to 3 credits.
Yes.
Res for free, pay 2, discard 2 cards. Right? So that's not nothing. If it's Managarm, res for 2, and then that keeps them out.
Managarm shuts this down.
Yeah.
Can't get in.
Mercia is what is Mercia to res? Mercia. Wish I could decide on how to say that card. 2 to res.
There's a pronunciation guide.
I know. I'm bad. It's 2 to res. Okay. So either the Mercia or the Managarm were great things to have in that remote right now. I'm sorry?
The
Brawn is installing. Yeah. Letting the Brawn install fire and what did we put down? I'm sorry, I missed it. Another booming.
I did not see.
Accessing a Regolith. I'm a little confused. We bounced their man HQ. Okay. I like a good chop. Yeah, on a run. Just I think maybe we'll have to
let me see what's going on.
Ask players for run indicators. And we res a Spin Doctor, so it wasn't the push.
Okay, well, face checking into a Brawn to only be stymied by a Spin Doctor does not feel good right now. But that Spin Doctor is going to sacrifice for what?
Did we see the mandatory, or is this pre-mandatory?
So that's an MIC.
Okay, so it seems like Sam does not have the game-winning pieces in hand, which would be, the agenda and some seamlesses, and so is looking to do a little bit more setup.
Interesting to bring ice back when you're on 5 creds. I don't want the hedge funds back at this point.
Sure. But maybe there's hedge funds in hand and there's just no ice.
Who am I to criticize Whiteblade?
Yeah.
Sam's got it though. It was a Tranquility Home Grid, so I was wrong.
And
there's a Regolith.
Exactly.
So at this
Back
point,
up.
Sam is rich.
Yep. What were you saying? Yeah, keeping the money up. Regolith does really seem. I've noticed in elevation meta, right? Regoliths are spread thin across my many decks that I've built, along with a lot of other like Anukas and cards.
That's why you need those altars.
Pinhole threading is very important right now. There is a Devil Charm.
I just need to get hold of some more Nuka altars.
Yeah, I know. Someone make
every
it
deck.
available. Overinstalling the Azima or trashing the Azima for the Simmel chip to put down a Chisel. Devil Charming, hitting the drafter, running R&D here.
We're trying to win off R&D.
And we see a Boomy. No luck. We need some multi-access to dig a little deeper for that.
Yeah. Knack's a little bit flailing at this point.
Yeah.
Down, no points stolen.
I think the remote was hard there. Seeing as we didn't see like the HQ read is that there's no agendas in there from me.
No.
So it's trying to touch something in R&D was probably the out.
Yep.
But NAC is gonna. Yeah, we'll see if we see the R&D patch.
So
I expect we do.
should point out they're not on this on this timer. They're going to have a couple of minutes extension because their game started a bit later.
Right. Actually, I'm not even sure if you patch R&D here. If you have the game-winning agenda, you might just
Nice.
turtle up in there.
I mean, I can afford to let a couple of agenda points loose if it means that I get to win.
right. There's no multi-axis threat that would say you can win in 7 here. There's no deep dive.
Yeah.
There's no twinning. Or
Although
anything on the
Marcia now
table.
moves over to R&D,
Okay. We did get the install.
put some protection in there. 8 credits. No, 13 credits.
Yeah, I was going to say the regolith
saying.
got emptied. We're richer than that. Yeah.
Yeah. So NAC is under the gun though.
There's
As-
that third boomy.
That's rough.
Yeah. That's a nasty little guy. I like it. I like the boomy's like kind of a little guy, you know?
Yeah.
That is the noise that I hear in my head when I see a boomy. Sure gamble. Okay. The 4 core damage, I think. I think this is a 4th core damage. That was that damage.
Oh,
Yeah.
4 core damage for NAC. Sitting on 1 card. NAC is just desperate.
Smiling. I love that. Like, okay, we're getting spicy.
I don't concede. I'm just going to get so much core damage that I drop below
Yeah.
the maximum 0. All right, so here's the access.
Yeah. It's running for singles though. It's tough at this point. Yeah.
No.
Misty, ice. Is that
Ice.
fly swatter, I think. Yeah, things are looking a little grim for NAC at this point.
And we
Pretty
click
good for Sam.
credit.
There's seamless. This
There's
is
a
the game.
seamless
That's the
GG vulnerability on
well
comes
played to both players. Very good. That
out.
was
Sweeping it with 7-0.
2. Well, wasn't it 2 vulnerabilities and a
Luminal.
luminal? So it's actually more. It's
Yeah.
6, 7, 8 credit. 8 points. Across that critical threshold.
Well played, Sam.
Yeah. Yeah, excellent game. We got a little bit of time left before the next round. Everybody can stretch their legs. The players, that's kind of one of the things about, these long tournaments. This is round 2 of 10
Yeah.
today. So these players got to stay fresh, got to remember to like stand up, touch grass maybe. Well, not much grass to be touched right here in Montreal and this beautiful metropolitan area.
But NAC's definitely not out. I would say that you can
No.
probably afford to go 7-3 and still
7
potentially make it.
7-2-1, I believe.
7-2-1 would be the cutoff.
is the
7-3 is the
bubble.
chance.
It's the bubble or maybe the for sure cutoff. 8-2 is guaranteed.
8-2 would be a guarantee. Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. I've only recently started to understand at all like strength of schedule, tournament math, and things like that. And there are calculators online where you say how many rounds of Swiss are there and how many players are there and roughly what is your cutoff. And it'll give you an idea. It's not perfect every time. but-
Nobody did this yesterday in credit servers,
Really?
but it would have been possible for somebody to challenge to say, I want to do a 6-for-1.
Oh, yeah.
So that like two teams that are far below, just getting that
Yes.
18-point crush.
Oh, we should have done a 6-for-1.
You could have tried a 6-for-1.
But it worked out because there was a random raffle for an incredible Alco that someone, maybe a producer type person, might have made, and we ended up being randomly selected because of our losing position. Team number 17 in the standings was one of the ones that got picked, and I'm so excited.
All right, let's take a look. Now that we've got a couple of things going in, if we take a look here, let's find out where we are in terms of breakdown. So,
I think maybe some of the stats might not be populating, or you got it. Okay.
oh no, this is Chrono Servers that I'm looking at. Let's actually look at the
I think
the
they
proper tournament here.
Yep.
Yeah, here we are.
Great.
All right. So if we're looking at the stats right now, okay.
I
so
think
we
I think I
can't-
heard that
can't
they're
see that
well,
there.
Yeah, I think they were saying that might be populating right now because of the size of the tournament or
Okay.
something about the website. So unfortunately, we won't be able to keep everybody abreast of the what kind of. Oh, we can look roughly. We can get an idea.
Yeah, we can look roughly. So we're already seeing some interesting things right now.
Position 1.
Position 1, Thunderbolt and Heavy.
Yeah, Devi and Thunderbolt are wild. That's Harp. Met Harp at Worlds last year. Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't see Devi much at all. It's a real puzzly idea. I actually haven't played it.
Yeah.
I was meant to
We got somebody on Topan.
Topan and what's
Leo.
Leo. That's
So we are seeing a number of HB that I was not considering.
Sable, Zaya, Wayland, Leo, Alco, Sable, Alco, Sable. Thule, Rio. Jaden is on Thule, Rio. Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of good variety here.
Yeah, we're not seeing nearly. So we do see a bunch of Oko,
Nebula Mag. Okay, that makes sense.
but I was expecting to see a field where we would have like
So-
1/3 Oko, and we're not seeing that right now.
A lot of criminal. A Miramorph Arasana. That's pretty neat. A Nuvum Dao.
Epiphany?
Is that who's on Epiphany? Is that
Dijon.
Cool. I know there's at least one other Epiphany in the field. Saka is on. Excuse me. Saka's on Nebula Sable.
That seems.
That's probably the King Nebula, I assume.
Yeah, that seems pretty clear.
Or something similar to that. I'm not sure.
Antoine, who's profiled on the NANPC website, is on Oko and Sable.
Yeah, it's a good strong combination. Poetry and a Sable. Shelzog. I can say words.
See as Vicky.
Pravdivos and Lat. That is cool. So we have got some cool variety in here. Poetry again. Poetry Devi.
Yep.
I would love to see
Poetry Mercury.
Mercury. Is that Scott?
Scott.
Okay, yeah. The Comforter. What a great nickname. Leo. Honestly, a pretty colorful spread.
Yep.
And it's not all. And there's Epiphany Arasana as well.
So the meta is balancing out a little bit at this point. Now that we've seen several Continentals.
Atea.
Atea.
I've been waiting. I'm like, where are the Ateas? I know that it's not like Auco, but it's like Dan.
If you're
did
looking
great
for
with
Glacier, Atea could
Yeah.
do you worse.
Yeah. I guess maybe some of the really nasty ice got removed.
Thule.
Yep. Yeah. And Essa. Well, that's I think 2 Thules.
Devion streamer, we riot. We'll see.
It'd be fun to maybe we'll see what it's funny because sometimes you'll go and say, hey, I would really like to have you on stream, would you like to do that? And maybe the partner the opponent isn't comfortable with it, so we can't guarantee anybody.
We ain't forcing no one until Top Cut.
Yeah, Top Cut, I believe it's enforced. You have to be on stream and sort of set up front, but
yeah,
it's the price of success.
Yeah, we'll hide their camera if they're.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
they don't want to be seen.
That's always.
But the game is the game, and we get to see the game.
Yeah.
For people out there who are in chat, you're joining us here at Netrunner America's Continentals here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. We have 2 rounds down. We're just waiting to see what the results will be before the pairing for round 3 comes up. Curious out there, what would you have played if you were coming into a Continentals today? What crazy tech would you be bringing in?
You asked this question last night, and I said like a Lu or the Essa deck that I played against. I think, as I was saying before, I think is an off meta interesting choice. If you're just looking for value, I think Alco Sable is what I'd be playing. That's me, just because I'm an Alco enjoyer.
Yeah.
I know Nick, my co-host on the Instatic, is playing Nebula Sable, and that's also a great choice.
I thought we'd see more kill today. It looks like Glacier's starting to creep back in.
So it's funny. This game it's almost predictable in that way, where it's like when kill is good, people swing to score. When score is good, people swing to kill, and they just kind of go back and forth. But then sometimes they double down. And
see, I double down on kill because kill is one of the things in a long tournament. You get shorter games. You get a chance to stand up, walk around. The worst thing for me in a tournament is getting to the end and immediately having to spring up and run to the next game.
Fair enough. Speaking of which, I'm going to use this as a great segue. I think we're going to probably cut to our waiting stream, and we'll be back for the next round, so we can use the restroom.
Excellent.
And not pee on camera.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back to round 3 of the Netrunner Americas Continental Championships here in Montreal.
Yes. I'm Safer,
I'm Patrick J. Sklar.
internet celebrity.
We're both celebrities today.
Yes, and I'm super excited for this matchup. We have a Dewi.
We have a Dewi, yeah, that's true. Piloted by Laura42. It's very cool. Taking on which Wayland ID is that? That's an op from
That
Arizona.
is Ob. Oh, and we are just getting started already. So keep from
Oh,
the
yeah.
corp, and then we go install, 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 and the runner I think is taking a mulligan here.
Cool.
So spoilers that this is in fact the kill asset Ob.
Oh boy.
It's kind of showed up around.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those.
Two-nose Ob.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So click one, we got a sure gamble from the runner. Go to 9.
Yeah, I'm looking for Laura42 has been doing quite well so far. I'm looking forward to seeing
Mhm.
Dewi really pop off here.
Yeah, so this is table 2. So they definitely won with Dewi already.
Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that bladder work.
We're definitely going to get rid of that bladder work. And last click, run in trash. Probably, well,
Cyber
maybe not
sand.
trash, but we are trashing the cyber sand. That's
Yeah, Arizona
this is-
letting
it
her
is being
trash. I
popped.
guess it's
no,
worth
it's
it
being
too.
popped.
Oh, it is being popped. Okay, of
Because this is last click, you can basically guarantee that
course.
get
Whatever,
into
whatever
the
you put
server.
out is going to be safe.
exactly.
In this case, a bladder work that will be able to trigger.
Now, I really like the Dewi kind of positioning in this matchup versus other shapers because you are trying to run and you will very likely always have a server that you can run.
True. Against an asset, a wide matchup, you're going to have wide open servers. You're going to get value for those runs.
Yeah, so the bladder work damage did hit a Madani out of hand.
Mhm.
We have a click 1 install spin, res spin from Ob.
Yeah.
I wonder if Laura is happy or not that the Madani was hit.
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm assuming Madani is like a 3 of. It feels pretty essential.
I think so.
So we're going to see another one.
So ice the bladder work for click 2 and then install a new card in the remote for click 3. Click 1 Dewi is going to be draw. Click 2. Install
Dr.
a
Nuka. Tapping the Nuka right away, of course.
Yep, clicking to draw 3. I think that this is kind of important. You kind of need cards in hand versus the Zob kill
Yeah.
list, right?
You've got to keep your cards up, keep your hit points up. And Dewi, meanwhile, wants to install a lot of those cards too.
Yeah.
Madani might even be a bit of a liability.
So
She empties
running the spin doctor for last click, just to, I think, force it to be popped. I mean, this makes a lot of sense. So
Popping a Cyber Sand to look for a 1-cost item.
yes, so Cyber Sand Harvester is a very interesting card that didn't see too much play until Elevation came out and there was a little rules change.
We change the rules, the change to no change in game state rule,
Yes,
which allows Cyber Sand to be popped even if it has no credits on it.
exactly. So in Ob, you can go ahead and pop your Cyber Sand Harvester. It's 2 costs to res, so you can find any 1-coster in
Mhm.
your deck and put that into play. Now, Ob also says, I think it's the first time each turn, which means that
Yeah.
actually
can-
it's not first time. It's just once per turn.
It's once per turn,
once
but
per
you can do it on the runner's turn. At the end of the runner's turn, you can do it.
Exactly. So during the runner's turn here, popping the Cyber Sand, getting the FUT from the deck,
Mhm.
then popping the Spin Doctor to presumably put one of the things that you just put back into the deck.
Yeah, I'm not sure about what the point of the ordering of that was, but it did allow 1 Cyber Sand and 1 Bladwork to be shuffled back in.
It might actually just be to save on shuffle time.
You know what? That's fair. That's valuable.
All right, so we have starter turn triggers. We have the bladder
More
work damage coming out here.
SMC is pretty valuable to a Dewi. It takes a lot of MU space. Of course, it's just
Yeah,
shaper staple.
I think that Laura's probably very sad, unfortunately, to have the SMC hit out of hand here. It would also be one of the best things for helping her contest the iced bladder work.
Yes, absolutely.
Just being able to kind of pull out whatever breaker that kind of came out from hands.
Mhm.
So how familiar are you with this obelisk?
Not too familiar. I mean, we did commentate on a previous game with something like this. I'm assuming the same list yesterday.
So I think Alex here on Ob went draw, install.
Doing a ritual, drawing up.
Click 1 ritual for the Marauder. I wonder how many rituals she's on.
That's a good question. And I like, by playing the ritual, we can save the Dr. Nuka for later.
Yes. So
Thinking about this.
just sitting there kind of thinking about the board state. I think Ob kind of likes to make games complicated really, really quickly and present a lot of threats.
Yep.
I think Arzon's very happy to see basically 2 early Cyber Sand Harvesters and kind of get a bladderwort up and running,
Yeah.
get the FUT out while applying pressure. And that is an environmental testing install.
The FUT is undefended. Is that something that Op's going to have some tricksy ways of protecting in some way?
Sometimes I think that in this particular case, it's just Arzon probably doesn't have another ice because I think typically you would want to prioritize icing the FUT. But there's probably some, those 2 cards that are uninstalled could very well be new threats where even if the FUT gets trashed now, maybe one of them is a spin doctor so you can spin it back. Maybe there's more bladderworks to basically up the damage, and we're going to find out because Laura went in and trashed it.
We are flipping Deadwave for the first time because we are at full MU, I guess.
Let's go, Daywave value.
Yep. Between the Azimuth, the Muse, and the Coalescence, we got the Deadwave value.
So that's a wall-to-wall and a bladderwork rest.
Okay.
So there's going to be 2 bladderwork triggers.
2 net damage coming this way.
2 net damage coming out. First hit, Coalescence.
That's too bad.
Second hit, Revolver.
That's going to be helpful. I'm presuming we can get the Revolver back later. I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah. So currently full on MU for Daily.
Yeah. If
Got
we
the
install a DZ, we're going to be able to get another value run.
So now Alex kind of taking their starter turn. I think that the wall-to-wall was a draw, if I'm not mistaken,
I believe so.
because I don't see an advancement or another credit. So if I'm Arizon right now, I'm probably looking for another way to apply pressure and kind of keep the tempo of the game up, especially while Laura is on low credits. So Laura's sitting on 1 credit, has that environmental testing that just needs a few more installs to kind of get going, and then
Yeah,
kind of get off to the races.
Absolutely. More than seeing how she deals with some of. I mean, she can trash one of the Bladderworts now if she wants to with the Azimuth and her 1 credit, but she also needs money to make money. So maybe she's going to credit up and then install something.
That is definitely one of the kind of downsides, I guess, of environmental testing, or the buy-in that you need for environmental testing.
Yeah, it's a
to make
heavy
it work.
buy-in. Pays
Very
off
heavy.
quicker than the old daily casted. All right, we're installing and icing newer mode over there.
And click 1, draw from Nuka.
Sure.
And I think at some point we're trying to look for maybe new cheap installables to get the environmental testing to go off. I also just want to say I love seeing a daily in
Oh, of
action
course,
at
yeah.
top tables. This is the
A daily
second
doing well.
table.
Very exciting.
Yes.
Although, oh, there we go. Okay, we got Knick-Knack. Knick-Knack is probably going to sell the Coalescence. We're going to get the engine going.
So click for a credit,
Mhm.
install the knickknack,
Game
last click, run
Mhm.
one of the open bladderworts.
We flip back because MU is empty now.
We flip
There we
back.
go.
We got the credits. We're trashing it. We are,
All right, we are
feeling
off to the
good.
races. Still going to take 1 net damage, but you know what?
but we've slowed
We
the,
slowed the corp down.
we've slowed the corp down.
Losing air blades. I think there was a discard, not a bladderwort.
I believe that was, discard down to 6.
Mhm.
We have a anthill res to make sure that we duck under. We're nice and poor, so
Yeah,
bladderwork goes
cheeky.
off first. And that is
Ooh, that's very fun because we have seen a lot of 2-cost cards already. We've got the Muses, we've got Knick-Knack, DZs. That Hushik was going to do a lot of work.
yes. Okay, and I mean you definitely have more Kushuks in the deck. right?
I should hope so. Yeah.
I would hope so. I can't say that I'm familiar with the game of Kushuk. I don't know if
Yeah.
I've ever played the card myself.
Oh, I've played my fair share of Hushik decks. Even tried it in Criminal.
Even tried it in Criminal.
Sure. I mean, my early days of testing with Moosely Hot, I was like, I'm ending up with a 2-cost console, some Chespas. I end up like most of my revolvers. I end up with a lot of 2-cost cards. I'm like, maybe this run event
Hey.
is worthwhile. It was not. I'll do that in Shaper from now on. Thank you very much. But
All right, so we have a quick
Extracting.
one. Extracting the wall to wall. This is probably going to go find either a spin doctor or, I mean, it's probably a spin doctor, but I think that other 0 cost on the deck is, it's the extractor. How do you pronounce it?
Oh, thank you for putting that on me.
Yeah.
Sviatic-
Excuse me, narrative director.
narrative director. Yeah,
Patrick
pronounce it
Escolar.
Sviatogor or Sviatogor Extractor.
Oh, and of
Oh,
course
it's
the reduced service.
That's cool. So that's a card I haven't seen very often. Can we try to bring that up?
Yeah, reduced service is definitely one that a lot of players needed to reread recently. I'm just going to go off the top. So
Okay, go for it.
when you res it,
Mhm.
you get to pay up to 4 credits. You place double the number of power counters on it. Yes. And whenever the runner basically tries to run that remote, they need to pay
2 credits for each hosted power counter.
Yeah, sorry. One power counter for each credit spent, but
Mhm.
double the cost for the runner to actually run it. And if they run centrals, then the counters tick down. But effectively, this is just a really great way for Arzon to kind of make a push with whatever card is installed there.
Yeah, this is a really interesting defensive play.
And yeah, so next turn, you're kind of setting up for this anthill wall pop. You'll be able to go find a 2 cost card.
Anthill's a great op card. I'm really happy to see that.
Anthill is a great.
Hey,
Op card.
it's a good card.
It's a good card.
I think we did that one well.
We did.
I think
did
we
well.
nailed it.
Great art. Great game.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Dewi,
I got a fermenter
That's
out
a
there now. We are
fermenter
back
now.
up to full MU, I believe.
we're running R&D, triggering knickknack. It's environmental testing from the fermenter.
I don't think we're selling anything with Knickknack, unless I'm mistaken.
I don't think we are.
It's just that
we on
Knickknack only works in the first run per turn.
That is correct. Ooh,
All right.
It's a steal for the slash and burn.
Okay, yeah, slash and burn. That's 2 points for Laura.
Yeah.
Love to see that. Environmental testing about to pop. Dewi's making value.
That's a very good run on R&D.
Yeah.
That's value. Get to reduce the reduced service counters by 1. You steal an agenda
That's right, because they reduce every time the runner makes a successful run elsewhere
on a central server.
on a central server.
Yes. Well, you don't remember the text of reduce service?
Oh boy. I mean, I played in those days. I was playing what was I playing back in Ashes? I don't remember. Probably still on Sports Metal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, reduce server. We're just gonna have to consistently put up reduce server.
Yeah, just
Reduce
remind us, keep
service.
it on a rotation.
Yes.
Okay, we're bringing out a compilation, forcing the trash of the Azamat,
Mm.
which pops the experimental testing.
Ops experimental testing. So we are now rich again.
Love to see it. And Dewi likes having blank MU again.
Exactly. So Laura setting herself up for next turn, and
Mhm.
we will see what Arizon cooked
Yeah.
on the previous turn. So we're gonna pop the anthill.
Look for a 2-coster. The
Gonna
ladder will
look for a
not be doing
2-coster.
damage.
We figured it out.
But we can do this on our own, guys.
All right, so we go and find a white space to protect R&D.
To kind of protect the reduced service. Of course, even a run on archives, as pointless as it is getting value for Dewi and knocking down the reduced service. That
Yeah,
could be worthwhile.
I think the ice on R&D here is really to kind of prevent you bleeding out more
Sure.
points as the game goes on, especially now that you're down 2 points.
Yep. And we've iced archives as well.
We iced archives as well, and then
And then we've got the front company just to be, yeah, this is going to be rough. So front company necessitates the first run each turn cannot be made against a remote server.
Yes,
Yeah, we've got to check it.
Laura needing to check front company, reduce service,
I
cards
mean,
that we see
Totally unfamiliar.
all the
Who
time.
knows what these cards are?
Um,
By the way, front company, often a card that you see uniced because it has this kicker ability if the server isn't iced. In this case, no.
you've already iced.
You've already iced archives. There's no reason to extra
Right.
protect it.
First time a run on archives begins if the server that front companies it is not protected by ice. But you know what? Archives is also protected now. So I really like this play. It's an interesting play from Arizon.
Yeah, this is more defensive than I expected to see, but it's exciting. It's a tithe as we're running on HQ.
So this ob deck, generally speaking, is trying to just make it annoying to get through ice. You know, it is fairly porous ice. You know, you have your white space, so if you're rich, you can walk through it. The tithe you can walk through, but you're taking a damage at the same time. Really, what the ob is trying to do is kind of set up these board positions where every single thing you do is just this little tick, tick, tick of damage.
So we've seen our first measured response. We're thinking about trashing it.
So measured response is one of the key threats in this obelisk, where you're trying to kind of tick, tick, tick the runner down, kind of tax them out of resources, and then when they happen to touch agendas or when you happen to be on 4 points, you measured response them.
We are trashing it.
Them. Measured response, your notably favorite card in the set?
It's among them. You know, I wrote the flavor text for that one. Complete original. No one can say otherwise.
I mean, I think it's one of my favorite dev stories, of course.
But that's true. It's a very fun dev story, and which is available to see on
Null Signal Games.
Null Signal Games. Someone in the chat will help us out there.
It's not .com. There's never a .com.
No, why would we ever do a .com?
All right, so
We're
Laura ran the uniced and found a Hearts and Minds there. So I think that Arizon was setting up for some sort of big play with the unresed card that was being protected by ice in the reduced service server.
Right.
Yes.
Maybe we should go back to calling these subsidiary data forts. The 90s Netrunner players will appreciate that. Actually, a narrative thing. One of my slush ideas is to have a card called subsidiary data fort in an upcoming set. Just waiting for the right time.
Waiting for the right time.
Yeah, it'll be an upgrade.
Leak and spoiler here. You heard it here first.
Yeah, this is why people should be tuning into these streams.
So click one is draw a card. Where's on here? How much Dewi have you played, by the way?
Oh, not much. I played some Dewi in core, and there's not enough tools to really feel like I'm doing anything exciting. You know, I'm missing a lot of the key cards, like the experimental testing and SMC.
So click 2 advance, click 3 install a new card. So I do think that Hearts and Mind trash diffused some sort of play.
It did.
Arizon had in mind.
Yeah, he's got to think about how to get back in control of his engine. And Laura has to think about, how do I start efficiently breaking into central servers so I can trash that front company and then have free reign elsewhere.
Yeah, you can see the look on Laura's face. She's really thinking.
Yeah,
through
we're in the tank here.
All of the traps and potential things. So one ritual.
Yeah.
Draw 3.
A little morning ritual. Draw some cards.
Great flavor. Great flavor.
Stop it. You know what? Great development.
That's what this stream is going to turn into.
Yeah.
Just compliments.
All right, we've got some options in there. We have some spare MU to fill up, and I think I see a Muse in hand, so we could get back up there if we wanted to.
So Laura having now some new options to think about. And a full grip of cards. Places the Muse.
Yeah, what are we getting back?
And I think that Laura is really thinking about exactly what server she wants to try to pressure this turn.
Yeah. All right. Fizzerum on R&D. It's going to be a 2 cost instead of a 3 tax.
So I did not predict on my elevation bingo card. White space seeing regular competitive play was
Yeah, isn't that nice?
Yes.
I mean, I actually didn't suspect it because I feel Fly Swatter feels such a similar ooh.
And she sees a measured response on top.
Sees a measured response. If she trashes it, which I guess she has to, really.
And that's
that's copulation. There we go.
Got copulation.
She still has some credits left. She can go check out that naked remote over there.
That should reduce the counters on reduced service as well. So that makes that server easier to run.
Did we see those counters go
last
down?
click simul check? I'm not actually sure.
Oh, and we did flip Dewi again there.
We did flip.
We're seeing more Dewi flips than I did in my core
Thank
Dewi
you.
experience.
Thank you, chat, for counting the day we flips for us.
Flip 5.
The 5.
Yeah, win by cup. Like I think Arzon might be collecting agendas in HQ at this point.
You definitely
Waiting for the right opportunity.
definitely could be. So the deck is on 3x Slash and Burn, 3x
Yep.
Basalt Spire, and then 3 AZF protocols.
Cool.
I think that what we see in the remote there is probably Basalt Spire,
Yeah, this has been an agenda that we've been waiting
or
for the right time. That's an AZF.
AZF that was waiting for the right
So we're
time.
trashing the front company to do 2 meat damage.
2 meat damage, and that triggers Ob, so you're gonna be able to get a 1 coster
Yep, this is
on
cool.
your deck. So
What are we going to look for?
that's a great question.
It's a bladderwort
It's a
because we had
bladderwort.
shuffled in one of those trash bladderworts back in. So
So yeah, I think that Arzon was looking for maybe some sort of combo
Mhm.
kill play off of the
yeah,
the
waiting
AZF.
to see if there's a moment when
Yeah,
it was right.
And
We
just
lost another
deciding that-
Hushuk. That's too bad.
we need to see the Kushiks played.
We really do. That's why we're here.
Mm-hmm.
Not just Dewi, but also Hushuk. We have the Cupulation. People are saying Cupulation might be the win.
Mm-hmm.
Love for Mentor and Dewi, by the way.
So this is, I think, a tempo score off of the AZF here.
I think it was. It just need to get something out of that server.
Yep. And you get another bladderwork down.
Mm-hmm.
I think the front company, now that Laura has the ability to kind of easily break the white space and see cards, the
Mhm.
front company is not coming into play that much anymore. So we have
Getting some,
Fermenter popped,
getting a Dewi flip.
getting Day flip off of running R&D, reduce service,
I think we're checking. Is reduce service trashed or does it stick around?
might stick
being
around.
useless. Okay, which means it can be
I mean,
de-res and
be
re-res. Maybe
it can also be extracted
it can be
for money.
extracted. Yeah, true.
Speaking of, we see extract on top, I believe.
Speak of the devil,
Extracted, great ob card.
I love it. Yeah,
Now we are going to run the reduced service server, not having to pay any additional money.
yeah, it's
It's
love.
done its job. It bought
We don't have any ways of dealing with. Oh, well, I mean, white
we
space.
have
won't
white
keep
space.
safe.
So you could pop the simul chip here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yep, and we did use
because
the
we
fermenter
transformed
already,
here.
so we don't have to pay the tax
or
to get
maybe-
a muse. What's funny here is that we can probably fill up on our MU again before we even arrive.
Mhm.
In this case, we won't.
Exactly. I think that you have to respect Laura for
No, we are
showing-
pulling MU.
showing up to what's going to be a long tournament.
Yep.
Bringing the most brain burnery
I was about to say, yeah, it
faction. and the
takes a
most
lot.
brain-burnery
You're burning a lot of
faction.
fuel in your noggin to work Dewi,
Yeah.
and you've got to do that 5 times over a 10-hour day.
Yep. Yep. All right. So
All right,
I was not
is
thinking
something
about
gonna, something
reses.
going to happen?
Ah,
there
that's
we
a
go. The
hostile.
hostile architecture.
So that's going to make it a little bit more painful to trash.
Yeah, and puts Laura in a difficult position because the bladderworts are also going to be doing damage now. But and that
Still,
also activates the measured responses that are hanging around.
it does.
Laura's in a tight spot.
Laura's sitting on 10 credits right now.
10 creds.
Has 1 measured response on the population.
Mm-hmm. It's
Mm.
unlikely that Arzon has the 3rd measured response in hand, but possible. I think you have to
You
guess.
can definitely survive 1.
Yeah.
Minimum. And if you have 4 cards, then you can actually survive both. So I think
Mhm.
that Arzon here on 2 credits, I think that as Laura, you're probably feeling pretty safe. You're probably feeling pretty good about your position.
Yeah,
now.
but we do see 2 net damage coming from the bladderworts alone,
That is true.
and then we're going to be up on 4. Like, I think that there might be some scenarios in which Arizona can get a sneaky kill in here.
Well, I think it does require the double measured.
What if 2 damage from the bladderworts, then install and slash an AZF? 4 damage total in 1 turn.
That does work.
Yep.
That definitely does work. Flash and Burn AZF is one of the most powerful things I think this deck can do, but you have 1 AZF scored, 1 AZF stolen. So there's You
Yeah,
need to
again,
have
like the
exactly what
measures, we
top
don't
is.
know where the third one is. We haven't seen the entire op deck. We're drawing up, playing it safe,
Mhm.
but
So
is
yeah.
it safe enough?
We will find out. So
Oh, yeah.
single trigger bladder work. There's 5 cards in
5
hand
cards
from
in hand.
Laura.
Gauss.
It's a Gauss.
Okay.
Probably fine. Second bladder work trigger.
Echelon. Okay, that's too bad. It won't make, that tide is still going to be an issue for a little while longer.
So Arzon drawing for turn, and I think that taking a little bit of time to think on this.
Mm-hmm. Can I get this?
I think that if your hand was extract, measured, you just probably play it out.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna guess that doesn't have those exact 3 cards in hand. AZF score out with a 2 cost can do 3, finding the FUT if the FUT's in the deck.
True, because the FUT will be on the table before the agenda is scored, which means
Because-
you get the
yes.
extra damage out of that. That's
So the way that this interaction works with AZF and OB is that AZF is an additional cost to actually score out the agenda, and additional costs
happen
have to happen before
the score
trigger.
itself. Yeah.
So the trash happens, OB sees it, you're able to go get the FUT, and then the score trigger happens, and then FUT is on the table and is able to see that score trigger happen.
Yeah. So that AZF becomes 3 damage, but that's not enough.
Yeah, and we have someone in chat calling out that one measured is already in archive, so the
Yep.
extract double measured doesn't work because we have the one on the table. That's great. So ours
This might be a single measure, just like a tempo measure to knock out some cash. That's not the worst thing.
There's a good call out. Ours on there's an extract.
We have seen a spin res this game.
There's so many options. Ooh.
Oh, okay. So we're looking
that-
for 0 cost. Extracting the tithe.
So what do you think Laura's what do you think is going through Laura's head right now?
I think there are so many ways for Op to get some annoying damage, to get some kills in, that you just have to be like running through the presumed deck list at all times.
And I think Laura probably is fairly familiar with this list, I would say. It kind of reads as kind of exactly Tuno's Ob that it posted. Shout out to Tuno, by the way.
Yeah,
for
shout out
being
to
a
Tuno.
Great deck builder, great dev member.
Okay,
That
so
is
we're
the-
doing
that
a
is the
value measure. That's the last measure that we know of. But there is a spin doctor on the table to get 2 of them back in if we want to.
Yes.
HQ is open with 1 click left.
And is an install.
An
So-
install in a server that Laura could get into, but it would cost everything.
Yeah. So the measured being a kind of drain of credits here might be, a kind of like a tempo push that Arizon's
Yeah.
looking for.
It might be impactful. We'll see. We need to get some money back up.
But we do have the knickknack. We can even sweep HQ with the,
That's
with the
true.
population.
What would we? I guess we'd sell the Unity.
Maybe. Sell the well, the Unity we probably want.
Okay, we're gonna.
Sell the Fizzer.
Hmm.
Right. I didn't.
Did we
I
sell
missed
the Pizarrum
which,
for a card draw?
So for knickknack, yeah. So run HQ.
Yeah.
Sell Fizzarum, flip Daily.
I think it's only 2 cards in HQ right now.
Yeah.
Do we want to
And-
cup this? Probably not. I think the chance of a
It's
base.
hard to. Oh.
Okay,
So
we're
the
cupping it.
cup is happening. So we're gonna see both cards.
Or 3 cards.
It is
Okay.
all 3 cards. Okay, so
Too bad. I really thought there was an agenda in there.
that's a lot of great information to
Mhm.
know exactly what your opponent's working with, which is kind of nice.
And we got a flip.
We got the flip, and
Okay.
we can potentially challenge the new card in the remote
Mm-hmm.
as well. Now, if that card is an agenda, then you won't be getting pinged for Bladderworks this turn because
It's true, the Bladderworts are too high. There's no obvious way to dump credits right now.
Mm-hmm.
So we could credit run
Rerun the Bladderwork.
the Bladderwork. Oh, because we have this Simul chip, we can get back something.
Yes.
Probably
Uh,
Coalescence.
You get back a Coalescence. To trash.
Mm-hmm.
To get the money to trash. That is another white space.
I mean, I think a Coalescence can't exactly... Well, no. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, Coalescence will get you 4. You would need
Yeah.
to break both of the subroutines because white space would drain 3 credits from you.
Yeah, you'd be 1 credit short of trashing that Bladderwork.
Yeah.
Our secret intel is Laura's deck name is Just Keep Flipping.
I think we're up to 8 flips now.
Mhm.
8 counted flips.
Yeah.
So Laura having a think about
Yeah,
about
1
this?
click left.
Or did Laura commit to bouncing here?
Taking at least 1 net damage next turn.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to credit up so we can threaten things next turn. Are we going to draw?
Giving it a good think over.
You got to give it a good think.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's one of the nature of these matchups.
Mhm.
These kind of like OB and UCO lists that are looking to tax out the runner. Also, Simulchip, I think
Maybe to get that Coalescence anyway.
that we may still be during the run. So that is the Coalescence.
Okay.
We're popping it for credits. We are
Are we?
to
Oh, are we running? Well, I think maybe we ran. I'm not sure. Maybe we're popping the Spin Doctor mid run. Or the run has ended. We've Simul chip for a Coalescence.
Yeah, this could be a run on. Is this just like a run on R&D? Oh, this is a run on.
It's a run R&D.
So I
Keep
missed
it.
that.
It's too bad. I will take an extractor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that was last click. Run R&D after bouncing off the Bladderwort. The Bladderwort fires.
We're taking in our damage.
And that is a fermenter.
Did the Spin Doctor shuffle in any measured responses? Those are very much on the table right now.
Measured response is very much on the table. But is it in hand?
That's such a good question.
So
And we're
pick one draw,
raising
pick two
another
draw.
Spin Doctor.
I think that says
That
looking
says
for the
he's
measures.
looking for the win. He's
Yeah.
looking for the measured response to win.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, we're thinking about this. We got about 5 minutes left in the round. I think this table gets a few others because we did have to move them from one table to the stream table.
Yeah. I think the 613 shown on stream right now might be accurate for their time.
Okay.
I think. So Arzon thinking about his last click here.
It's a good thing it's lunch after this. I think both players have been
Both will need a recharge.
really thinking this through. They need a recharge.
Yeah. The brain is burning fuel and they're going to need to refuel.
Absolutely.
Just how OB churns through.
The entire Arctic is ops fuel.
Oh my
Sometimes I'm that hungry too. Like I get it. I'm sympathetic. I'm sympathetic.
Are you already thinking about lunch now?
Of course I am. What are you doing? There's so many options out there. Volunteers might be getting lunch. Producer is telling us yes, we're getting lunch.
Excellent.
I don't want to guess what it is in case I guess wrong. What if I build myself up for Lebanese fast food and we end up going with Domino's?
Yeah. So that was another click to draw.
Sorry, I'm distracted.
Oh, you're good. Well, the players were thinking.
Yeah. I wonder if they're getting Lebanese.
I missed something. I could have sworn that I saw multiple clicks to draw earlier.
All right, we're icing up
I just
R&D.
missed something. Icing up R&D.
Arizon saying that's where I think the game is.
Yeah.
And now, so long as Laura plays it safe, we can maybe
First
get
click.
back up to
Draw.
credits.
I do really like how the DAOE knickknack is positioned in this matchup where you can kind of apply pressure and run and check things and
Very much so.
draw. This is just 3 clicks to draw. Install Stone Chip. I love it.
Yep. I'm staying alive.
Yeah, so ends the turn with 5 cards in hand and a Stone Chip.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Measured Response does require a successful run to be played. So,
Yes. Yeah, let's bring that up.
so Measured Response is not currently online.
Yeah, she can choose when measured response is going to be a threat.
Yeah, so this is one thing that happens in tournaments is
Mhm.
when you get closer to the end of the clock and the game isn't kind of super close to being resolved on points, I think that Laura can actually start strategizing here,
Yeah.
working towards.
You start playing against the time as much as you're like, okay, I can play it safe. I won't be killed,
Yes.
and maybe that'll be enough.
So this play here makes a lot of sense from
Mhm.
Laura, where Arzon is really on the clock and is really the one that is pressured to find more points to score out here.
He is putting new remotes down. They're open. They're available to be run. So it's on Laura to choose if she wants to run those or not.
Yeah,
If one is an agenda and Arzon sneaks in, okay,
I think that's
please don't run R&D.
a third ice on R&D very much signals that the points are in R&D here. So that turn was quite literally install a new remote, install a new remote, and then third ice on R&D. There are 4 credits available to Arzon at the moment.
Either of those 2 face down cards could be rezzed in order to put the Bladderworts into net damage territory again. That'd be annoying, but not necessarily game winning unless he can really capitalize on that somehow.
So Laura planning out her turn here, looks like. So
We are going to
checking
run something.
remotes.
We're crashing a coalescence for cash. Checking with the remotes.
what are we thinking it is? That is
An anthill.
definitely keeping the anthill.
Yeah, I'm not going to spend money on that. We've already made 1 successful run. Let's do another.
Yeah.
Fair.
Gain a credit gamble. That
Yeah,
Laura really just saying
totally
"You know what?
deactivating any kind of measured response.
Laura is really saying here, you know what? You need to find the answer to this game state.
Mhm.
I don't need to. I just need to money up, draw up, keep you honest.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
We're going to take 2 net. And maybe we'll stone ships right away. Probably not. I think you can stone ship after the first measured if
yes,
that
you
is
can-
going to be a thing.
Yes, you can do that.
There's the other Madani. Madani is a liability. I think I mentioned this, but like you don't want to empty your hand against this.
Yes,
sport.
exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. I think having a Madani and then feeling like you need to get value on the table might
Oh,
be
yeah,
a
no, like
trap.
I get tunnel vision. Well,
Yeah.
no, not tunnel vision 'cause I'm playing Shaper, but if I'm playing Sable, I might get tunnel vision.
Mhm.
Chat's really popping off for
Classic
the appreciation
fashion.
of that joke.
Uh,
All right,
they should really dog you for that one.
Sled.
So I think that Arzon is kind of weighing his options here. Yeah, that's another ice. So
Ice
time
on
in the
the
round
bladder.
was called, and
I'm not sure if they get extra time, but
They-
they could request it. I think it would be fair if they did.
I think that we did give them some extra
Oh, we
time
just did. Okay,
because
good.
of the round repairing and needing to bring them over. And so I think that they have, just another minute or 2 of time here.
But is it enough?
Arzon needs to find an agenda.
Yeah.
And it probably needs to be specifically an AZF and slash and burn so that
Mhm.
you can,
Or basalt and 2 slash and burns.
well,
Even that's hard to pull off actually.
yeah.
All right, we're installing something in that
So installing here
allegedly scoring remote.
and installing. So I think that Arzon is very much just saying, time is about to get called. So
Yeah.
Arzon recognizes that he's going to have one more turn here.
Laura has to decide where she wants to attack.
Yes.
She could choose to attack R&D.
And if Arzon gets another turn here, because I think Laura was looking up and I think Judge maybe was just saying, hey, that's time in the round.
Mhm.
So both players now get to slow down a little bit and say, okay, we
Yeah.
know that we both have one more turn. And I think this is a very fitting end to this game.
I think so.
This kind of feels like a final turn of the game.
It really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm liking this.
So the Corp will get one more turn. So Laura does need to make sure that she survives double
Mhm.
bladder measured kind of shenanigans at the start of turn.
So we're drawing up.
3 clicks to
Three
draw.
clicks to draw. So
Install a sign chip and pass the turn, and then
wow. And it wasn't an
side to
agenda.
side. It wasn't an agenda. So I think Arzon needs to either find a kill angle here, which I'm not. Maybe.
I'm not sure what that would be right now.
Oh, you know what? If he has a slash and burn in hand,
Mhm.
then you could also just do this to take one non-agenda card out of the deck. So if you need to draw exactly AZF or draw exactly slash and burn,
Mhm.
then
You know what? That's true. You're kind of undiluting R&D, so you have a higher chance of drawing an agenda. That's what you're saying.
yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. I think that you're looking to tie and go to 4 points here.
All right. So I can't hear what the judge is saying. This might be Arzon has one turn, then Laura has one turn.
Hmm.
I guess we're about to find out one way or the other.
Maybe time in the round wasn't already called for them. But either way, if I think that this is Arzon's last turn.
So 2 cards in hand. Is she going to pop Stone Ship right now? Maybe that's the thing to do.
So Arzon's still doing his start turn triggers, so this
Right.
is now
He still has a
Anthill,
couple more.
because the Cyber Sand would have been runner's turn.
Mhm.
So gets to draw another card. Now we're popping the Stone Chip.
Yeah, you've got to.
Now sitting at 5 cards in hand
And 8 credits.
and 8 credits.
Not that she didn't even run last turn though.
She
So
didn't. She didn't run last turn.
measured isn't
so
a thing.
Measured is not online, and that's the reason why I think AZF as like a kill. You know.
Yeah, it's not going to work, but it might tie, and that might be worthwhile.
Yes. Otherwise, I think, we'll see. Because I click 1, drawing a card.
Hoping
Either
for an
that
answer.
or okay, measured.
But there was no run.
there was
there
no
we
run.
Go.
There was no run, and
Bam.
there you go.
Yeah, there we go. Shake hands.
Well played,
Well played, Laura. Laura
Well
GG.
played.
That means Dewi has won two games already.
Yes. What?
Good for everyone. Checking at the top of R&D. That was packed with agendas in
It's
R&D,
absolutely packed.
but not the first agenda, not the first card.
No. Oh, the above the law was the other 3-2
Great.
that Arzon could have found. Laura played that so well.
Yeah, that was incredible to watch. I think this is a real education in how to play Dewi and also how to like be very carefully dismantle this kind of kill off
Yeah.
as well.
Exactly. I totally agree. I think that it's a very interesting like list to play as, like the obelisk.
Very much so.
And what happens is when you get a lot of reps and practice against it, and you have kind of some of the tools to deal with it, like that early Azimuth that was found.
The early
that
Azimuth was great.
Sold,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
After things started to get iced up, which I think was really a heads up play by Laura.
Yeah, very smart.
Yeah, I think that you kind of figure out your ways and your angles of attack, and then you just say like, yeah, sure, you're dealing 1 damage to me each turn, but like, what are you like? How are you actually going to win the game?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
If I don't die,
Yep.
how are you winning?
And players might they might focus on the damage they're receiving from the Bladderworts, think like I have to deal with that, but you don't actually have to.
Yeah.
If they're not threatening another win, then
Yeah,
you'll be
exactly.
fine.
Yeah,
Well,
it was great.
that was a great round 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's now a lunch break for the Netrunner Americas Continental Championship. Everyone's going to be off for a little over an hour now. I think we're going to go on break, find something to snack on.
I'm ready to eat.
I'm pretty hungry actually.
We haven't been using our brains nearly as much as the players have, and yet here we are.
No, much less in fact. Anyway, bye everybody.
Anyway, signing off. Have a good
Check
one.
back in soon.